share it on your timeline. So I'll
But
just
we're
leave
live
it
now
running.
on YouTube as well. So
Action required. I've got a string icon that comes up all the time and blocks the view on the laptop.
it was.
We stream, right? A comment.
Yeah.
Share it on your timeline. So I'll just
we're
leave
live
it
now on
running.
YouTube as well. So that's it. And so we're live on YouTube, live on your Facebook, and we're good to go. Just get the page ready. So do you say you sent me another?
Yeah, I've sent you. It's still got the 317 pages, but
Okay.
I've just added a bit more to Mariko's
Okay.
case. I've just written something
Okay,
extra on it.
get rid of the little-
I didn't have time to red mark all her letter on important points, but we'll just get on with it and see how we progress with it. That's the first case coming up after Greg's going to have a little talk first.
Okay.
Got it.
You just download it. I'll just download it. I've got it.
Do you want to go live in a court hearing with what you're going to say, Gregory, or just off the record?
I'm not really fussed, John, either way.
Okay, we'll put it on the court record what you say then. When Andy kicks it off, the court will start when you start talking. So long as nobody else.
We're not recording yet. We're not recording on the Zoom yet. So I've got me. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to.
That's all right.
All right. So I've got the. That's it. Okay. So I'm good. I've got the page open. I've got that PDF downloaded to 317. So we're ready and we're good to go then. So if you want.
How you going, Andy?
Oh God, thank you. Lay yourself.
Yep, good one.
Oh, there's still people coming in here now. Excellent.
I was pretty far tonight, so might be a few people dropping in throughout the session. And
Yeah, excellent, mate.
Hi, Gregory. Hey,
good evening, all. Good morning as well, or good afternoon for those that are around the globe.
Exactly.
I guess it's easier just to say good day.
Yeah. Kalimera. That's the well, Kalimera, Kalispera, and Kalinicta. So it's basically Kalimera and Kalispera. Good day and good evening. Yeah.
wow.
So right then. Okay then. So I'll start the recording. I'll start the hearing now. In a second. Yeah, let me just get it.
We've got a big lineup tonight of 5 cases, so I've got a hell of a lot to go through because we've got no time for any more cases other than the council and the police at Awaroa next Saturday, or even have a case earlier for that, so we can have 2 clear runs at the next 2 court hearings before the 28th. So those will be crucial, those ones. But we just need to get this one wrapped up with the videos to go in with the 317 pages before we send it off to Ngāti Whātua trustees tomorrow. It'll be going.
Okay, right. So we'll start the recording now then.
Okay.
This meeting is being recorded.
So the time now is 9:11. So that will be 7:11 in New Zealand, 9:11 in Greece. And it's Saturday the 15th of October, and it's a native King Bench court hearing open. So over to you then, John.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Thanks for everyone being here and everybody listening and want to find out a bit more about the Native Magistrate King's Bench Court. And so we're going to be trying to whip through 5 cases which are intensive. That's trustees of up in Awaroa or Helensville area. That's a big one, that one. So we've got to talk about that one tonight, and also a backup on the police, no response. And the next week, it'll be a 3rd strike and you're out sort of court case where it goes against them when we rule on the 28th, all silent, and that makes the law. So we're making law and giving them plenty of time to come in on any of these 2 last court hearings from this one to state their case, or we just take their silence as agreeing with everything we're saying is true, and so we can make rulings of that and declarations for ownership of the flag and ownership of the native land title to seize back into the native people of New Zealand. So this court is for mainly New Zealand natives born on the land. The older ones are first in line to be born on the land, still alive. And the elders come first, and then the young ones after that, in that sequence of a native court. So I'm going to start off the open the court for business, and with Gregory. He's going to ask a few questions or say what he's got prepared, and then the response he's getting from the whakamininga and other groups, the Maori government, or any other groups wanting to know how we operate or what's this all about, because it's brand new for anybody. And their jurisdiction has always been in a Queen's Bench court, and we've had several native magistrate court hearings in Te Tii Marae, Waitangi Marae, Auckland, and around the country up north at Te Apua, and also Waimana in Aporiki, and down the east coast, Gisborne. When the Maori government was going with Sunakora, we had meetings there with the incorporation, which I was in, so I ditched all that lot long ago because I knew it's stuck, and it's still got settlements and contracts with the incorporations and also with the iwi to settle out treaty claims and that contract. So we don't have claims of that nature in this court to be mixed up with the native and Maori. And I'll explain a little bit of that. Although we've had court hearings already, I'm just going back over them to make sure people understand the meaning of a native court in the beginning, of where the New Zealand government's court, Maori land court, came out of. And so we'll let Gregory have a talk now. Gregory, over to you, mate.
Roger that. Thank you, John. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I'm not one for going on too long, but it's really just to catch people up on my week as far as Court Order Arika 2022 and a couple of interactions with identities, particularly Huaka Miinga. Firstly, I'll start with the progress with Court Order Arika. Everything is going very, very well. Our eggs seem to be in a row. We've had good response, we feel, from the local catchment of Court Order Arika, particularly the residents and business owners to date. They've been all very, very willing, very approachable, very inquisitive, and interested as to the nature of their taonga, really, when it comes to Court Order Arika, that being Maiki Hill Flagstaff and its origins and its history. So that's been quite uplifting, just from a personal point of view, that even though certain factions of Court Order Arika, that in the Haratu Marae, may have said they've never seen me there before, there's a lot of people that do know me within the local catchment. So I've spent the last week, particularly staff and I, for one day this week, we went around the East Coast area, dropping off our invitation and gauging interest. And once again, I've yet to hear anything negative come back from the local people. In fact, it's the opposite, very keen to get them participate in some manner. Our biggest issue we're probably facing at the moment, as far as the King's Bench court location, is disabilities access for some of our elders. So we're just going to have to think a little laterally, Dion and others. We do have a few elderly potentially turning up, so we may have to facilitate a special resource for those folks. Having had interactions this week through Zoom with the Huaka Miinga, they invited the Admiral to their meeting. The Admiral never actually puts anything on. It has, by naval law, it has to be invited. So Wakaminga invited myself, along with Andrew Devine and Staff Sergeant Ramaka, to sit in on an appointment with them. I think that was the 10th of the 10th, if my memory serves me right, Monday of this week. And they were quite inquisitive as to, I'm struggling for words at the moment because I'm a bit torn between their approach and their reaction after it. So I'm trying to be very diligent at the moment of how I say this. So it would appear they had rung myself to inquire as to the King Bench and how they could participate in Court Order Areka 2022, what they could bring as, I guess, mana or tikanga or unification of the thought of the King's Bench. I think I was reasonably open, but I was very blunt and very direct as far as the request of what they could do for us, which fell on sensitive ears as far as Georgie Job goes. I was quite, as I say, I was quite blunt and quite direct as to try and get a reaction as to some of the intel that's privy to the King's Bench Council as such. I'm trying to keep her privacy as well because I don't want to fall into the same regime as sort of being an accuser. So I'm being very diplomatic in my approach for the people that will be watching now and those watching later. So I know I could easily slip into a bit of an aggressive point the finger thing, but just bear with me. I'm post the event of the Zoom with them. It finished off quite cordially, although we put a line in the sand as far as what we're prepared to negotiate and not, which is very little. It comes down to simply the bottom line, native, not Maori, hapu, not iwi, and pretty basic bottom line as far as the content of the Native Magistrate King's Bench Court. So it finished off amicably. I think there was a couple of members within their caucus, let's say, that were very interested in knowing more detail and being a bit more progressive as far as their position in the King's Bench Court. But following hard on the heels of that, there was an international press release with Wakaminga of one of those members being Antoinette. I've never really met any of Wakaminga. I've met Georgie Job in passing once, maybe a couple of years ago at the 28th in Waitangi, where they invited me back to the Haruru Falls location, known as the War Room. So really didn't have a lot of interaction with them since then. Plus my dealings a little bit, we sort of rubbed shoulders quickly during NZPP in the early days, not really knowing a lot of her and her content. But anyway, they went ahead with Antoinette with a press release into the international, let's say, arena of news, which was quite disappointing because I get a sense from that interview and that international interview, they pulled pieces from our Zoom meeting and they manipulated it, for want of a better description. They molded it. They took our words and they slightly changed them to fit a narrative that speaks to Wakaminga solely, which in my mind personally, I'll speak personally from that, was a bit deceptive and quite deceiving. And it hasn't added anything to our sovereign debate across any identity. It really comes across as a hijacking of our language and our narrative as the King's Bench to better their position, unfortunately. That's my personal overview of that experience this week. Andrew may wish to speak to his observations because he was there as an observer on our behalf, along with Tanya Ramaka. But yeah, I think John needs to really speak to some of the content of that video, because in the walk that we're in at the moment, I'm getting a lot of interest, and people are after genuine, the genuine history behind our ownership of the flag, where that detail comes from, its whakapapa or its heritage. And I think Wakaming has done all identities, whether it's King Bench, Wakaputanga themselves, Kahuia, any identity, they've really done a disservice to the whole narrative. So again, it's just really what the King's Bench is trying to do is ensure that people coming onto this path, particularly new people, people outside of our choir, let's say, we've got to be very proactive in making sure that history of the story we're telling is correct. And it is winning ears, it is pulling people over for the conversation. So I think from here forward, as far as the King's Bench Court goes, and any people reaching out to the Admiral and anyone that tunes into this, they best come to any Zoom with good intent. Otherwise, it's getting caught out pretty quickly in the piece, which is what we're all about, is to align all these ideals together under a unified banner. And it seems to be working. Wakaputanga has also reached out to me as far as in private at this stage, but there is intentions to have a public address between the Admiral, the Confederation, Wakaputanga in the next, I would say very early to mid this week, as far as how we're unifying in that discussion, particularly in the term of native versus Māori and hapu versus iwi. So I hope that just brings everyone up to speed. Maybe Andrew might want to speak to his views of that meeting himself. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay.
My just from my observations was there wasn't a clear understanding in that meeting. There was no certainty of anything, and it was just a questioning situation where there was seeking solutions for themselves, good or bad intention. I'll refrain from giving an answer to that, but I could see some very good people in there that had good intent. But as apart from anything else, that's as much as I'll leave the actual meeting. As for the video that was put out on Stu Peters, I have tried multiple ways of contacting Stu Peters for John. John's asked me to try and arrange a meeting with him so that he can present the facts to Stu Peters, and if he wants to put some true facts out there. But Stu Peters, I haven't had no luck on that. So I have no content. Take it you haven't had no response back from him, John?
Okay, thank you, Andy. Thank you.
Have you had any response back from Stu Peters? Have you had any contact?
Oh, no, I haven't. I haven't heard from him yet, so I'm hoping to.
And, I can say that I can say that those messages you saw me put on a couple of days ago on the Stu Peters site, underneath that video, those messages have still not been put on. They've not been.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll try him tomorrow. I'll try and get him direct tomorrow if I can, and see if I can't raise him. But if not, it's because they know they don't want to hear the truth of what we're talking about. And that's all I can say, because he knows that flag is very powerful. Like I always said, it's the most powerful flag in the world, and it's in the wrong hands. And so that's why it's gone haywire as a war flag. They're using it to blast everybody out of the way. And just recent, Jacinda's given it to Biden, and Biden knows that's a real federal government flag, federal government republic flag, that he hasn't got any legal federal state government flag. It's just a made up one. It's not real. So now he's got the real one. He can go and blast the whole world with it, which they already knew from the start. The Rothschilds knew this flag was going to sit here, and Maori won't do anything with it because they've been controlled by the government that owns them everything Maori, and they're going to switch the Maori off soon, when they've settled Ngāpuhi, they'll just turn it all off and you won't see any more Maori things anymore. That's what I always knew that. And so be good to talk to Stu, Andy.
Yeah. Like I say, I did put those comments on, but the admin obviously haven't, they've not approved the comments that I put on there. So, you know, so somebody, well, for whatever reasons, they're not allowing me to get through to them. But it was on there, you know what I mean?
I think it's all right all round. We can make contact through your official email lines as far as the inquiry to that content, but I wouldn't stress too much about it. I've got someone watching the algorithm, and it's average at best.
Yeah.
It's actually who owns the flag. That's the big question. Who owns the flag and the country? That's where we're at the moment for next week's court hearing. We're getting closer to it.
We should roll on, Andrew? We'll start officially. That's all I needed to report.
Yeah. Well, the court is open, so that's within the court anyway. So it's been noted.
Yeah.
Okay then, John. It's do you want me to put the screen up?
Yeah. My one is live, is still going. That's okay.
Yeah, the live's still going on Facebook, on YouTube.
Yeah, I'll read off yours. I'll read off yours rather than read off mine, the other laptop. So I've got two laptops going. And first of all, I just want to run through a few things in my notes. I've got 21 A4 pages full of notes so that I can stick on the subject without veering off and don't miss anything important right through, and try and get through it all in 2.5 to 3 hours at the most. I don't want to go on too long because I'm squashing 5 cases into one court hearing case, and we're going to start off with Marika's Sif's case. I won't read her letter out. I'll just make comments on it, but we'll make a ruling on it. It's complicit. The whole lot of people, I've got photos of them. Anybody that's got photos in a court hearing is complicit with the fraud of Queen Victoria and Queen Elizabeth in the first place, with the Rothschilds switching the whole Admiralty around martial law to themselves so they can conquer countries and without anybody getting in the road. As I say, they will be using this flag all along to do that and create war with the flag. And we take the flag off them on the 28th. We stop or cease all use of the flag. And that business the government is running in Wellington belongs to the native people of the land. It's not their business, it's ours and our government. So we don't need them anymore running our government of the people. And so we make a ruling and a declaration on 28th and proclamation to rid them and foreclose on the whole business and liquidate them out with the flag, the power of the flag. And we take ownership of the flag. It's British. The government here has cut themselves off from Britain. In the video with the Governor General of New Zealand Secretary making statements that they do not swear to any monarch in England and cut them off. That was 10 years ago, cut them off. So they have absolutely no connection with that flag into Britain without a native court hearing or a native land title. No one has got a native land title or a long line of continuity of documents to support flying that flag for whatever reason they're flying it. The whakaputanga flag has got no legal in it. That's what Charles Hirschfeld, the lawyer, said to me, the Maori lawyer said to me, John, you're wasting your time. It's got no legal in the flag for your Maori government. So that's when I said, right, I'll make a court that is going to answer our problems and separate from that. And it's just timed out that the whole monarch system is changing on its head. And they've got the military in the EU Parliament ownership now. So that's gone. So we've got a backup of Philippines and Spain as a start point, but I didn't have time to put in Fiji, Tonga, and another country there in with our allies as still being British under British rule. So Philippines is under British rule, and Spain is our trust. The Queen of Spain, Queen Sophia, is the third and last trustee on our Queen Victoria Trust. That's the wealth of the whole world, and the World Bank and all that gold and everything belongs to that trust, belongs to us, the beneficiaries still of that trust. And that's what our court hearings are with all these books. One book is one affidavit, one video is one affidavit. All of that is statements we're making live, lips moving, warm bodies, and live flag contract. It's a live flag contract, and us live people and not dead in their court system. That's the problem that the Whakamininga has. They're in a dead court, corpse court, talking over there in that contract, and it's very hard, very difficult for them to jump in a native court and bring all of that debt stuff into a credit court, because we don't have debts in this court. We only have credits and liquidation and foreclosures and pound notes and all of that stuff that we're supposed to be using with this flag. And it's 20 legal instruments that nobody knows how to talk about that, or seals. No one can talk about that. And worst of all, they can't talk Freemasons talk, which is what I talk, Freemasons talk. The certificates of title, the survey of the land, the cutting up of the blocks, the big blocks, into smaller blocks at Helensville, Awaroa Native Magistrate Court. That's what they did. They cut the land blocks up in the council, and the Freemasons went in and surveyed the whole land and put it into the court, and then put it into the government and the bank to make money out of the certificate. So that's where I'm come from. So no one else can do this. It's impossible for anybody other than a Freemason and a native land assessor, or someone that knows how the system works, to make something work on the Maori side, because they have to go to a court. They have to go to the World Court in The Hague to take their case, the Maori government. That's what I heard of. That lady was talking to Stu Peters, that when they get all their claims together, they've got to go to an inferior court, then a superior court here, without a dock and a bar, with the flag. That's what it's for. So they don't know that that flag has one of those instruments in it to do our court cases anywhere without a bar, or the laws of what the Pope has destroyed all his corporations and trusts. So they're fodder, they're game, they pick them off, and they're not immune from prosecution in any superior court and flag. So there, we're making the flag do the work for us for a change. So that's enough said about that. I'm just going to go to page 302, Andy. That's Marika's case. We'll do that first so that we can get on with the big business things afterwards. 302. We'll start the end and I'll go back to the beginning, because there's 21 pages to go through. That I'll just pick them up and we'll go straight to the page and try and read as much as I can without taking too long. So just go to the beginning of that. Where does it start? It starts there. Go back to the beginning of the page before that. Just go back to the page before that. So here's our authority. The Moai, that's Queen Victoria, her title to the world. The Moai, King William IV Trust. That's our trust against the Queen Victoria Trust and the Rothschilds running the trust. And this is our weapon. And the horse with King William on the horse, that's the Great Seal of Britain, UK, and his crown. And the 8-point star is St. Patrick. That's the symbol of Corporations Act. And we used the 1835 Corporations Act, but King William III started off the corporations to use St. Patrick Church as his symbol of picking up the rent on the lands. So there, that started in Northern Ireland. And so that's the rope of Admiralty there. And that's the real meaning of that flag. It's not for wakas. The king didn't say, a king would never, ever say, oh, use that for your wakas. And make up your own minds of how you want to interpret it. That's what I had problems with. I'm only real estate and land contracts and money that's made from these all these instruments, and all those seals we have on the document are all instruments for these documents to seal them tight. And this government hasn't got a real seal. They've only got a picture of a queen, dead queen, or a queen and a married chief, which means nothing to anybody. It's their corporation seal that they believe in as a myth. As far as I can see, it's got nothing connected to Britain at all. But that's why they want to steal our flag, because they know it's got the power they've been using all this time. So all the wealth they've ever made belongs to us, and we seized the whole lot of that back with this flag and turn the flag on them, because it's not their flag. And we proved with the Manukau history and the Rogan history and his whakapapa that that's what the flag was for in Helensville as a corporation. That's all it is. It's a corporation business, and that's all I treat it as. And it's blunt as hell, because if you don't know it, then you're not in business with it around the world. So the government here has taken it around the world, and without anybody knowing what they were using it as a whakaputanga flag. When you see all the documents with whakaputanga stuck in the middle, but then you look at another snapshot of the Waitangi Tribunal, you'll see native, Aboriginal, Indigenous on its own, the snapshot, and it's caught them out from Maori and native, which one that the British wrote. The British wrote the native one, not Maori one. They wrote the native as the title holders of the land, and not Maori. That was New Zealand's Little Crown that manufactured that Maori title, and then duped everybody into following their narrative all the way through the years, 180 or so years. They've done that successfully until now. Right at the last minute, they said, oh, it's time to snap the flag and tell them we're going to use it. Well, we've been using it, but now we're going to tell you we've been using it all the time. You see, so there, we've snapped them in this court, and with all the information to go with it. So in this next page, you'll see the lineup of our authority, where we get our authority from. And where I get mine from is that lineup of superior kings, right from King Solomon, right through. But when it hit King William III, the second picture, that's when he made it corporate business with the banks and land titles and everything like that. And then King George came along, and then King Ernest Augustus, the next one to King George the fourth, is supposed to be his brother, King Ernest Augustus, after King William IV. It's supposed to be that one. They switched it. They legislated him out. That just like New Zealand got legislation, no law. They are lawless people, but they use legislation, and the British Parliament legislated King Ernest Augustus I out. He was the king of Britain, UK, Hanover, and they just took him out and put Queen Victoria in his place. And so that's where that came from King William III, King William IV. It should have been King Ernest Augustus the first. So that's where we're sticking to this, because it's unbroken Admiralty. This is Admiralty all the way. The Queen and Prince Charles cannot do this with their monarch. They can't string it together where they got their authority from. It came from here. They've got nothing. And even Prince Philip, he had vice admiral and a commander in chief, which is not a real Navy officer and all of that sort of thing. So that's that. Go on to the next page, Andy. So there's me. There's the chief Te Waikato Wharehere Manukau and King George IV contract at Awaroa Native Magistrate Court into Auckland, because he was instrumental in kicking off the first contract in 1823 with the flag contract in 1834. So those two contracts go together in this court with that flag. So they're joined together. You can't break them. That's why it's extant. It's institute law in Westminster that you can't drop that flag off. It's up to the chiefs, the natives, to do that, not the government. They tried that with John Key to change the flag and make another flag, and they were told, shut your mouth and get out of the way. You can't do that. And put another flag when there's already one there. This one. Okay, we've got Marika's case now today on the record. And there's Marika Despina Christensen versus the New Zealand government, Oranga Tamariki, chefs, staff, and judge lawyer. So we've got her on a default contract tonight, association with Jacinda Ardern and Cindy Kiro. So the fraud, one fraud equals all the fraud. So that's Judge Ida Malassi. That's her. And then the next one, I'll just name them on the record so that I'm saying it out aloud. Val Mala, lawyer for SIFS, Oranga, that's supposed to be Tamariki, not Ramariki, Tamariki. So that's her on trial tonight. They get £1 trillion on their head each in this court. And that's a figure that I've always stuck with. And their Crown in Wellington pays the balance. And the Crown in Britain pays the balance after that. If they don't have any money in their account here, it goes to the big Crown under Philip, under Charles, Prince Charles or King Charles, inherited the debts of Queen Elizabeth II. Then we've got Levin Mahe Topo, social worker. So she's got $1 trillion on her head. I should have had a picture of the £1 trillion note there. Then we've got Krista Mutavzek, lawyer, OT. So she's on trial with £1 trillion on her head, default. Sam, they're convicted and charged tonight. That's all we have to say. Everyone that comes in here, they stay silent from the silence of Jacinda Ardern and Cindy Kiro, that these ones are going to follow the same pattern. And so we just get the whole lot. And Sam, Luke, New Zealand Police, we have the police again involved. We've already got other police in trials already. Laura Berger, a lawyer, OT, Oranga Tamariki, so that's what that stands for. Judge Margaret Rogers. It's good. I like their photos so you can see a likeness of them. It's the real living people. Lawyer Jane Freeman, that we can charge. We can't charge dead people like shifts. It's a dead. So those are the people that we're charging tonight. And this is a statement of claimant to the court and Marika's story. So I won't read it because it's such a long one. And we're cut for time because we've got a lot of time to get through. But it basically says her family kids were taken in 2016. They were 15, 7, 6, 5, and 18 months old. My eldest son is now 21. He lives in England. He is an adult now, and we do not have a functional relationship. So this is hardship. This is loss, harm, and injury. We stack up against those people we just named and photographed ID as debtors to her case, where she can through the court system here be not so much compensated but paid for the loss, harm, and injury. No, we don't talk about compensation. We just make writ warrants to claim against that, and it goes into the pool. In government shall come to an end if they don't rebut our 24 video affidavits and 24 legal documents to date since June of native land title deeds, decree, rule and law, flag jurisdiction and constitution in the flag, and UK legislation today before the 25th of October 2022 shall become the legal, legitimate law of the land owner of the King William IV flag, contract and country. So there, we've locked you in here, Marika, into this with £1 trillion on those people's heads with me there and Jamie Patrick. She's a Patrick of the Patrick 8-point star of Ireland. That's her family, the Patrick family. And that's why I picked her as being my secretary back then, but she's got a young family to look after. And so she's still there. And when time comes, she can take up a position as a direct descendant of the Patrick Stewart of our Stewart family of the what you call the police force in Scotland Yard. That's the Stewart family of her family in that over here in New Zealand. Court ruling. We made a ruling tonight. The ruling authority, the court finds these New Zealand foreign private corporation criminals, that's what I'm calling them and what we call them as people of New Zealand, guilty, prosecuted, charged as an associate criminal under a defaulted contract government, Prime Minister Jacinda Jane Laurel Ardern and Governor General Cynthia Asharon Kiro criminal organisation, and prosecuted, convicted, each of them 1 trillion Maui Crown Court pound note debtor instrument as a result of causing loss, harm and injury to her, and the court orders the children's immediate return of her children to her forthwith with the assistance of the New Zealand Police, Military and New Zealand Armed Forces. Failing that, then the British Police and British Armed Forces, failing that, BRICS Armed Forces, as a last plan B resort to our sovereigns of New Zealand protection from pirates operating in New Zealand Parliament and government instructions under the instructions of World Economic Forum, New World Order, NATO, America, terrorist criminal organizations. So there, Marika, that's my summary of this court hearing for you in your favor, that you will be not compensated, but you will be given reprieve from your injuries when we take these people out with our enforcement system that we've got to yet put in place. But that's you shown up with this hearing tonight, and the Native Land Assessor Confederation of Chiefs, President and Surrogate King. Well, that's me just doing your court case for you. Chiefs of Waikato, this is the end signing of when we go up to Kororareka, Russell, to do that. So that's all for you, Marika and Kate Baker. I hope that soon, on the 28th of October, in front of everybody in the 2 courts there in Okiato Native Magistrate Court in Russell and the Awaroa Native Magistrate Court in Helensville, we can join them together and proclaim all of this country back into our ownership and our law and dissolve the government and parliament corrupt system. And we have the laws and everything against them. There's enough of that around you now. This flag is your protection with that black strip on it on the flag. That's supposed to be to keep Satan out, and it's a protection from the military. Now the military's gone because you've got all the snakes in Parliament and Liz Truss Prime Minister. That's really sold off the military to the EU Parliament, the World Economic Forum, and left Britain helpless with no protection of themselves. But the army, the military will stay there. But hang on, I'll just turn this off. I'll just turn this off. Somebody's trying to ring me. Yeah. So there, that's you can rest a little easy for now, and I hope that your court case against you with all those charges they're throwing at you, and possibly to put you in prison and all those sort of things, we can knock it out with the native chiefs signing these documents up at Kororareka, and so that's the end of this hearing for you tonight, Marika, and I hope you'll be happy with that. Family courts when oranga, tamariki, or shifts are involved, having my children. So yeah, I feel so sorry for you, and I want to get my my kids back so that I can have them visit me. I don't like it when I've got no kids around me. And that's why I've got a Filipino family, young kids or family, to compensate for my loss in my mokupunas. I don't have no mokupunas around me. So there, it's a solitary life that I lead. So what else are you looking at there, Andy? While you're looking there, you might see something else, because you know people in Britain are going through similar things, and if we can nail this one, we can nail all the world and their problems and knock it out. And that's what this power note is for: is to dissolve the Rothschild Bank and put them out of business. So where's one, two? I've got to just sort my papers out because
I'll just add to the fact that it's rife, and it's not just the UK, New Zealand, it's all over the world, and the theft of children by these criminal organisations that are all working in unison together. It has to come to an end. It has to come.
Yeah, it has to come. Yeah, it's like that. If we do it, then we're the model. The government here is responsible to make us guinea pigs for all the native countries in the world to take them over with this flag. So we're snapping them from taking our flag and using it to overcome all the native countries in the world, waiting for this country to get the title of the native title. So we're preventing them from getting the native title because they can't prove where they got it from. They have no information. They're just stealing the information I put out there. But it's got trademark on it, and that's the end of that lot. So I could spend a long time on this subject because of my own kids and a loss of them, and we can always come back to it another day. But we're rushing for time now before the 28th to try and get as much as we can. So I sneaked this one in because I saw it as a top priority. Human life is a top priority in my books, so that's why I put it up the front ahead of all the other corporate cases. So there. That. I hope that makes you feel a little better tonight, Marika. And we'll just carry on now, Andy. I'll go to the next page soon, but I'll just start off with this little bit before we carry on. The people going, Philip, the Awhiti is going up to Helensville, and he's going to put the flag into the ground because he's a direct descendant of Kawharu, the giant of Waikato in Raglan, and also a descendant of Manukau, Rewharewha Manukau, from the Waikato and Auckland, and also up north in Rafiti, where he's buried in the gravesite there. So I've got issues against the iwis of that gravesite, and I'm claiming for Mohi Manukau, Rewharewha Manukau, buried there at the gate, next to the gate, the closest to the gate. That's what Mohi said. The one closest to the gate, or on the highest point of the hill, is the mana whenua. That's the mana whenua. So that's why I'm claiming him on these documents, and the Manukau in Arapuni, Maungatautari Hill, that Manukau and that Manukau in these Freemasons titles. So there, it's very difficult to try and contest a Freemasons native land title. Very difficult. I don't kid anybody to try, even the Maori government. Where are you going to get your titles from to make your Maori government? You have to start where they'll ask the question. Always ask the question, who do you get your authority from? And then you wait for the answer. And the longer it takes to get an answer, the worse it becomes for them. So there, that's number one. Where do you get your flag authority from? How do you interpret the flag into commercial use and not wakas? So that's another one. You have to think hard how a British king would think, and the Parliament, the House of Lords, do they think like you, or do they think about money and what a flag's supposed to do? See, so this is the only business flag in the world. The rest are just sea flags. for traveling from one country to the other. This is a real business flag. And so you should be talking business, not making karakias for this and that with that flag, because the karakias won't work in a commercial world. It just won't work because it's got nothing to go with it to add up to what you're talking about. So there, we're talking this sort of talk, king talk, with that, where your queen silenced the king. Now you got Charles there. Now you got to start talking king talk. How are you going to talk king talk when you got a whakameninga there? How are you going to express to the British king system how that flag interprets in king talk, not queen talk, not waka talk? It doesn't work to make money. It's a money flag. That's all it is. It's a money generating flag. That's how you should be talking to it, and leave your tino rangatira flag for your wakas. See, you've got to put the thing in right context before you can do anything in a court. Now you've got to go to a court. Which court you're going to go to get your authority from? Which court you're going to go to get your authority from? See, because we're just making our authority up from real stuff, not plucked out of thin air like this government here. They pluck things out of thin air, and that's their authority. They say we are authority to ourselves. So you have to make your own authority and then try and borrow money. What are you going to borrow money with? You see? So that's another problem. So with Philip Te Awhitu, I've told him to get a sound system with a small one, not a big one, as long as it can hit people around on the site can hear Gregory and I talking from Russell, so we can join the two native courts, the original native King's Bench Magistrate Bank Court, together, the two together, of the origins of the Navy admiral that got off the boat and said that the land belonged to the king. So we're really saying the land belongs to the native people of New Zealand that live on it. You see, it can be anybody because they're occupying the spaces on the land. So this crown in England owns all the land. You don't own anything. They own everything on their bits of paper. So unless you got some bits of paper like these books we got, then you got no instruments to go anywhere with it unless one person can interpret the law from Britain before you even go to the World Court. They'll say, where you get your authority from? Who are you going to save? Who are you going to save? You're going to authority from the waves in the sea in the Pacific, or from something a popo or something that gives you authority to make money out of it. That's all they're looking for. Something that's on a document that they can see you're making money out of. See? So the flag is not going to make any money for anybody because the government's already making money out of it. They sucked the living daylights out of it and hijacked the damn thing for themselves because you didn't see what they saw and pinched all my documents. So they've got a big case on their heads against stealing Freemason stuff. See, so you got that up against them now. So I'm not a Freemason. I just use their documents because that's all I know, been passed down from Moe Manukau to me, and his family don't know about this sort of thing. So we got he needs to get the mobile phone to hook into, make sure it's got a lot of battery in it, to hook into the sound system so that when we talk, Gregory and I talk, we're talking to the both courts at the same time so that we can celebrate Moe Manukau and his native court in Awaroa, Helensville, and his ancestors, the Rogans, the judges and the surveyors of the land that put all these titles together for you on the land. You people in Whakamininga, all your titles was done there in that court where the flag was flying as corporate business, not up at Waitangi. That didn't have any business. It just had the flag and the British, just to show you there's a partnership there. That's all that did. It's got no money in it. The money's on the other side at Kororareka, where the Navy talks to the government of Wellington in their own marae, and they make their own deal with you not seeing because it's private. They treat it as private. So we're supposed to be private. You're not supposed to know anything I'm telling you about. But I tell the whole world because it's not going to be on my head forever. And so I give it back to the people. And if they can't see it, then the enemy picks it up and runs off with it. So that's the trouble. They kicked me off the marae. I've been kicked off the marae at Te Tii Marae. It was by those young people that put up Kawa, Ngāti Kawa. See the name Ngāti Kawa is him. He and Hama kicked me off there and told me don't come back. So I've never been back there. I will never go back there till they apologise. But it's a bit late for that now, because the Crown and the big shots in the WF is not bothered about me or anybody. They're just going for it. They just say, get this, get that, snap, take this off them, take the whole lot, because they don't know how to do it. Only us know how to do the business. They don't know. So they're making a Maori government work is very difficult if you haven't got memorials, the certificates, the instruments, the documents of the land, because if you take the land, you can take the whole lot. So they're going the wrong way, doing the wrong things, and not looking at who's on the land and how the flipping hell they got there in the first place. They're looking in all directions, in the sea, in the Pacific, and all the history, the talk, the whakapapa, this and that and everything, which doesn't amount to legal contracts. So that's the problem I have with the Maori government, because I tried that. I've been in the Maori government longer than anybody else with Suna, Kora and Gisborne. I used to go to there every month, travel all the way from Auckland just to go to the meetings there with the incorporation and the Maori government. And she made me this and that, run around here and there for her. But she got sung off the marae up there, Ngāpuhi, because they don't like a woman running Ngāpuhi. So that I have difficulty in her getting across Ngāpuhi, even when they went down to Wellington with my documents and written all my titles and everything in the document. It didn't work because they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to do it. See, so they only got few pieces of the puzzle. They haven't got the full quid. And that's the problem. That's why they need to learn very fast how native court works. And they're taking years and years and years, and it'll just go into the next generation, next one, carry on, and they'll just keep spinning over and playing the tune of Jacinda Ardern and their government. So that's Georgie Jobs got no connection to Britain. UK, with that flag, has no legal effect in it for whakamininga. And Maori government is already Jacinda's a Maori government. She's a Maori government using Te Ture Whenua Act. And the flag is a whakaputanga. See, they just grab all the words and away they go with it, like Stu Peters and that woman that's talking for the Maori government and pushing the narrative. And then I want to talk to Stu Peters and say, do you tell them where they're getting their authority from? Where's their land title? How did they get on the land? And first, Stu, just start from there. Don't start halfway up, because it won't work anywhere. Already Jacinda's the flag flying behind the Maori Party in the government. So the Maori Party's that's an offence. That's a criminal offence and treason, just putting the flag in that government under a Queen's Bench Court government and thinking they can get away with it because they're Maori, because they can say what they like about Maori, because they invented the word Maori. It doesn't belong to you and everything Maori. So it's a conflict of interest. Maori as a government creation, invention, to be proven in the British native land titles in Britain. You have to have a look at the documents in Britain to see if there's anything Maori in it. You won't find any Maori anywhere. It's what the tribunal is saying, Waitangi Tribunal say, Maori way back at 1769 and 1831, they got Maori all over the place, mixed up. And then when you take another snapshot, it's got native, Aboriginal, Indigenous protection of those chiefs and their sovereign land, individual chiefs. See? So that's caught them out right there. We'll come across that later. So that's it. We'll get on with it now. because we're pushing for time. So we're going to go to page 1 now, Andy, and we're going to flick through them because we've got to get as much as we can get done. So there's our authority right there. We'll go past that. The Confederation of Chiefs, the United Chiefs, United Tribes of the world. That's where the United bit's in, because the Maori put in the United Tribes of New Zealand later than 1834 in a new contract. So 1831 is a contract with the letter. Then the next contract is 1834. Then the next contract is 1835. Then the next contract is 1840, you see? And then you got 500 chiefs signing it in 1840. That's another contract, but not the original contract in real estate terms and certificates of title to the first name on the transfer title. So we go past here. There's me there with the King William's photo on my shirt. I'll just have to clean it up and put it back on before I go up there. And his coat of arms, King William IV. So that's as his surrogate. So we go into the next page. Awaroa, what's the Awaroa? Go back a bit. Awaroa Native Magistrate Court, Helensville, flagpole, concrete. Oh, we don't want to, we already seen that. And the connection to Okiato is there. Then we've got our backup plan. If in case the police can't help us here, to arrest these people, and the military here, the armed forces won't help us. We're asking Michael Boyce, Admiral of the Fleet in Britain, because he's supposed to honour the black part on their flag. That's the military protectorate of King William IV. He's supposed to, because it's still a live instrument as far as this country is concerned, and the way the government is looking at it, that it's a contract, and that seal is to keep the Satan out, which is everybody that's going up against us. They're all Satan. That black. That's what King William warned us. Watch out for the Satan in this cross here, St. George's cross here, that he gives you in the little corner there. That's your own. That's your own, and England is the big one, and the little one is you to England with your separate contract, to the rest of Britain and everybody else in the world. So there, that's that meaning. That's another meaning, and the 8-point star is right there, and we've explained it enough. It's from Ireland. We've got a video of Frank McElheron and the group there, and Lee Canton at the gravesite of St. Patrick. That's the title to the land. The gravesite in King William III used it as his title to the wealth and all the fortunes of the big crown that the Queen and Rothschilds pinched. And now we just flog the thing back to us with that flag and this 8-point star and say, where did you get your authority from, Pope Francis? It's come out of this flag and this 8-point star of the Battle of the Boyne in Northern Ireland. And it's just as well they protected that part of Ireland because it comes under this flag as being the wealth. They claim the wealth there. And this is what this 8-point star, the best in the world of the business of Corporations Act, Corporations, Municipal Corporations Act, to pick up the rent off the land and put it into the crown. So there, we claim the whole crown, we claim the trust, we claim everything with this flag, and use President Duterte of Philippines. We're using his authority to help us because he's British and he's holding our gold there of this trust, Queen Victoria Trust. He's got custody of it, and so we can put that to him at some stage. But I won't read the letter. You can read the letter to him because I'll skip this. I want to save time and not reading too much tonight. But that's a letter to him to help us. And Spain, ambassador to Spain in New Zealand, to get him to help us because we're in a partnership with Spain, with our trust as Queen Sophia on the trust, and we have difficulties accessing that trust without her say so, and we want to replace the Queen as head of that trust, and that's what I'm looking into, always been doing that. So there's the letter to him. You can read it in your own time, so I'll save a bit of time by just skipping through and reading only the stuff that matters. And there's the flag there that goes to him. So all of this is going to the council in Helensville and to the police in Helensville, put them on notice, this whole 317 pages, and I'll be adding more to it on the next case coming up, and to join the two native courts properly together with no people in the way, no one to stop us from doing what we're doing, because it's our celebration day, and especially Mohi Tamati Manukau and the Freemasons that put that all together for you to be on these lands. So there's the letter to him as an executor for everything I'm writing to these people, Admiral and Sheriffs of Confederation of Chiefs, Native Magistrate Court Gregory Cook, and his number there for them, for him to ring Gregory, and we'll see what response we get back from them. Really. So there's my report of me and ACOP, or I better read this, but President of the Native Confederation of Chiefs flag contract to Britain, UK, Westminster Parliament and Customary Land Native Assessor of Awaroa, Native Magistrate Court Bank, 10 acre block, land block 24 Commercial Road, Helensville, 0800 blueprint land title for all New Zealand native titles of our paramount chief Mohi Tamati Manukau, the fourth, and his great-grandfather and ancestor John Rogan, land surveyor and judge in this court. I carry his Manukau Rogan family Freemason surveyor successor ownership, native land title document, legacy, and legal authority to administer native magistrate King's Bench bank courts of King William III, King George III, King William IV jurisdiction, and legal authority as a Maui Royal Bank and pound note currency from Kings enforced in New Zealand and Britain, UK, in 250 countries under King William IV federal government flag. That's that flag of Admiralty Native King's Bench Magistrate Court, Confederation of Native Chiefs ownership, trademark titles. So we've got a trademark on that. We've got Gregory Cook and his contacts for them to contact him from the ambassadors and Staff Sergeant Tanya Ramaka and her position as well. They can contact her, those police and those ambassadors. And I've got Fiji and Tonga to write to and add them to it the next time around. So these are all information from Andy that's put these all these videos together, and right up to 24 now. So he's done 24 court hearings, and we've added 24 books of legal information to stamp our title. All this work just to put the native land titles on it and claim the flag as the origins of St. Patrick and King William III and King William IV. So there, those two instruments are all of this, and the contacts for anybody to call Gregory, Admiral, that's talking on that piece of land up at Kororareka, because that's where the first flagpole went from Britain and said the land belongs to the king. And then they went across to Waitangi, but they already said that they found the land, the country of New Zealand. So the stupid mongrels, they and the government said, "Oh, we found it again," and we've got an 1840 founding document, that piece of concrete outside Te Tii Marae that's fooled everybody all these years, with 500 signatories on it, as they found it afterwards, after the fact, and the king thinks, "Oh, they're stupid. Those people saying they found it when I already found it for them and gave them a flag, for goodness sake." That I found it from British point of view, not from New Zealand Maoris. See, so there's something really wrong with the brain if you're not a mechanic, to think, hello, there's something not clicking right here. So there's the treaties, and the Littlewood Treaty had a watermark on it. So they bodied all that around to make it look like it had a watermark on it, but there's enough information on that. So I won't go any more with the Littlewood Treaty, because they're using it interpreted into Maori. So once you play around with Maori, you're into it. You're part of their system. Once you interpret something into Maori, then it becomes that. The laws of Cook Island is Maori. They practice Maori is their language. In New Zealand, it's not. You see how stupid it is. It should have been the other way around. Here, Maori, not Cook Island. Now, Cook Island's got their own country back with Maori language and Maori law, but they're going to be a war zone. It's going to be a war zone target for Putin and all his lot, and they're going to take out America, and they're going to drop the bits and pieces all over the place where these Americans are parking themselves off, still invading the world and trying to take control. That's why I don't like them, because they thug the whole world with this flag. They thugged the whole place and shot everybody up to bits. That's all. When I look at that Queen and Prince Charles, it's all nothing but bullets. That's all. And this flag is causing all the bullets. So the only way to stop the wars is to take the flag off them. And this is all the ancestors from Rafferty 6 block, where Rewharewha Manukau is buried. And so I'll be choosing people out of here, myself, as a native assessor, because if I get Maori names in there, the British will just crash the whole lot. They'll just trash the whole native title if it's wrong. If it's got a Maori in it with a surname that doesn't stack up with their list over there, they'll just throw the whole lot out. And that'll be the end of all the years of work gone, because it's got one Maori interpreted English name into a Maori name, like Pomare. Pomare sold the land, and he's a Palmer. He's not a flipping indigenous surname native. That's why it's all back to front with the cart before the horse in the system of Maori and Maori government. It's just twisted up with this government in Wellington, twisted it some more. They just twist the whole thing up in pieces, and they can't prove where they get their titles from by themselves. Maori, the Maori tribe, where does it come from? You can't find where they come from, because there's nowhere it comes from. It's come out of their head. It's come out of those colonial Pākehā white people in Parliament in Wellington. Now they put all the Maoris there. Once upon a time in the early years, they wouldn't let Maori talk or go in Parliament. They just banned them. Now they just flood the whole place out with Maoris, because they know their game is up and they've exhausted everything out of Maori. They've screwed every bit out of them because they own it. They own everything. And so that's going along through here. I'm just talking too much. I don't even read my notes. So we'll just carry on, Andy. Court hearing. Now that's some more. We're supposed to be going to King Emperor 8.2, page 2, page 3. Philippines President. We've been past there. Page 3, page 4. Request help. We've been past there. Page 5. Help from British Navy. I think we've been past there. That's page 6. We scooted. We'll hold it there. Page 6. Page 8 was to introduce Admiral Gregory and stuff. We've been past there. Oh, I've skipped through without reading it. Page 13. Read the British Crown halfway down. Right side up. Photo of Maori play actress faces prosecutor. We're on this page now. So what page is that? That's 39. I've got a hell of a lot of pages I want to look at before we got there. So we went to page 16. Page 16.
No. I can go back to what page do you want me to go on?
We'll skip all the pages up to page 15, page 16, page 16. But just go to page 16. We've got to skip through all of this lot, man. I've missed some. Page 16, 21, Jack pound note. I could have. Is that 16?
16, yeah.
Yeah. Just go down a bit more. Keep going. Oh no, we've keep going. No, go past there. Go to 21 now. Dick pound note on the Queen Charles Pope Biden. Page 21. Next. Page 21. Is that 21?
Yeah.
There should be a 21 should be the pound note. Oh, there. So this is your Crown Corporation, the Queen, the Vatican, and the memorials is the obelisk here with the capstone at the top of the pyramid, and the moai. Those are their instruments of the Queen and the Pope. They're using those instruments to take over the whole world, and now they don't need them anymore, and they're going to laws outside of the earth, what the Pope is saying. So there, that's just the picture. This pound note on the right hand side on the 28th, we're going to start using it against them and their corporations with this Moai flag to claim back our memorials from them, and there's some interpretation of it, of what it means there, to add it to what we already have as memorials. With our instruments. So this is just another instrument with the pound note of King Ernest Augustus the Fifth, as being he's supposed to be there running that monarch system with us, the native chiefs of the land. So carry on. We won't hang around too much on these. We'll go to 2023. Just we're going to skip through it. I'll just go through the pages. 23. So there, we've been through this before. There's the chief that we're going after his title with Te Awhitu to Helensville, to Awaroa Native Magistrate Court. This is the man, and that's his big rock memorial to King George IV on the right hand side with all these 8-point stars all over him, and that's the memorial to his title contract. So that's that contract. And there's the moai in Auckland with me with my hand around it, with a slice his head off. So Queen Elizabeth put that one there. So I claimed that one for the Cook Street memorial title. And then Pohara or Punga Punga Marae has got a moai. They've just put a moai statue in that marae where this big rock is to claim this moai here on the left-hand side below Te Waikato. That's Queen Elizabeth put that one in South Island in Dunedin for her title with the crown on his head as the basket of knowledge and the title to the whole country. And then Helen Clark came along and put a replica moai on the Lao Bay in Wellington, just up from the Parliament, as her title to the foreshore seabed in 2004. So they're playing around with our memorials to put their documents, that you don't get to see. See? So that's why they're using this moai, because they know that's God's law, truth, and they don't tell the truth, so it doesn't work for them. Okay, there's our partner there, Michael Boyce. So I won't read anything because we've been through past this. First, we go to 24. Go to 24. There's Mohi Manukau there, that on the right hand side. So he's the title to One Tree Hill and Kawhitu the Giant. That was the Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei Trust Board took that plaque off and hid it away, and then they had their fake Kawhitu, Hu Kawhitu. The Crown took Hu Kawhitu's title as the title over Auckland. So this is the man here that said, John, we're going to claim back Auckland and make a plaque and put it on there. So I did. There's the plaque I made to put on to draw out the real one, but they said they'll smash it if I leave it there. So I took it off. I still got it on the farm down home, and until such time as we take the title to Cook Street, we'll put this back up where it belongs, or take the one that the Crown and the government has taken and stolen the thing off there. There was a gravesite. They put it as a footpath for everybody to walk over every day over a gravesite of this Paramount Chief Kawharu of Raglan. That's the real Kawharu. And Ross Hona Kawharu from Nelson. We brought him up to here in Mohi, and the other Anaru Maihi and Owen Paikea up Otaros. They had three of them. They officiated an unveiling of this plaque and this memorial title back to Auckland. So I'll finish the job off. I'll finish it off for him, and he'll be smiling now that we've got this far after all the years. In 1985, when Mohi Manukau put the Confederation together, before Helen Clark or before Palmer and who was before that the Prime Minister, made the 1986 Constitution Act, and Mohi was trying to head it off, but he couldn't win because it was not his court. So there, I'm there for him on the 28th of October in Awaroa, Helensville, and his son Ricky, Philip Te Awhitu and Philip Newton will go around to see Ricky, because Ricky is Mohi's son, to come to the block and to claim his father's land title back to his tupunas, Rewharewha Manukau and Te Waikato Wharehere Manukau. So there, that's the end of that lot. So we can go to 25, page 25. That's 25. That's 25. So this is the block of land that Philip Te Awhitu is on. I can't see a lot of people rushing in to put their name on the title, but I'm not too bothered. We've got one. That makes it legal. We've got one chief, and myself and Blair Ingram as witnesses to one chief. That's one so far, and Homu, William Homu. He's in two minds, because I think he doesn't understand enough. I don't blame him, but 3 times I went and asked him if he's ready to sign, and he said, oh no, he's busy with whānau stuff. So I said, well, carry on with your whānau stuff, because that's more important than this. And so that was the end of it, because I said to him, I'll have to find somebody else. And so I'll leave that for next week and the week after to contact somebody else, because it looks like he's not ready for it. So there, that carry on down. From we go to, so this is where Te Awhitu gets his authority out of these families that are on those blocks at Pohara Marae in Maungatautari Mountain, and not Tainui's Mountain either. So there, these are the right native surname chiefs that can talk on that Awaroa native court. They can talk. So I've given him authority for myself. You'll see later, I have a letter to him giving him authority from the court to act in my place. And if Ricky is there, so Ricky can talk for his own father, and but he doesn't have any of the information. I hold it for him. That's what I'm there for. I'm there for the Manukau family and all those families that been going to that court there with the flag flying. And Rupene Karaka was one of them, and Graham Fain was another, and Hare Utatonga was another that was there when the flag was flying. And so we have people that are already there on that, and that guy, what's his name? Tahiri. He's another one, Tahiri, in Dargaville. So he's another one. I can name them, but they're on the minutes of the meetings we had of those in the Confederation that are still alive. Rewharewha Manukau, a bit of them there. Gravestone, closest to the gate, that is Refa on the stone in my research of the Bay of Islands. See, these will go to court here in this court. If anybody's going to argue against me saying that that gravestone that's got Rewharewha Manukau's name cut in half, that's what they always do in this government. They cut Maori names in half and put another one on their titles, on their married land titles. And so I'm making statements that that's this Referefa Manukau, that Mohi Manukau, I filmed them back then. I don't know where the films are, somewhere. And but he told me to film everything where he went. And so that's him making his. I was doing this for his treaty claims. See, so he just said, "Get up, we're going to go." I was staying at his brother's place, and he'd ring me up to pick him up early out of the morning to take off all over the place. Oh, okay, we go to 25. We go to, hang on, we're on page 4, 6, 3, 4. I'm just clicking on 5. We go to 33. 33. That's 33.
Yes.
This is the Rawiri 6 block of the owners on the Rawiri 6 block. That's the township of Rawiri Maori land title. It's still in Maori land title, which is really odd that a whole township is in Maori land title, because this is where Cindy Kiro, the Governor General, she's on that block. See, you see how they timed it. They've got it all sorted out so that he can say, I'm a Maori, I'm from this block. But when you go to Russell, there's no Maori land, only a gravesite with one Maori on it that's not an Indigenous surname. I forget what it is, but I would have seen it. But anyway, it's a gravesite. That's the only Maori land. All of us is British title. So nothing wrong about that, but that's the way they did it in the native court there. So we can carry on down some more. And these are the names of the people. The Utatongas being the furthest one up, Hare Utatonga. I had all his information, the title with one Utatonga name of all the Bay of Islands and Pahia. All that land was one Utatonga title, but Morris Baker has kept all my documents and didn't give them back. I'm lucky. I even got all the documents back, but that's one is missing. That title they're still holding on to Morris Baker in Tahike, in Kaikohe. So I asked Manahi Mohini to ask him for it back, because I can do without it. I can go right over the top of it, and no problem at all, because they can't prove where they got the title from anyway. It doesn't belong to them. It's the Williams family that put that together, so they don't relate to it. Nobody can relate or talk to it, only Utatongas, you see. And the Williams talk for the Utatongas. I know all about that Titi land block, the Waitangi land blocks. That's why I said to Kingi, we get it back. We'll go into the Waitangi Marae, put up the native court there, and then take your land back for you, because that's what he wanted to do. That's why he signed these documents. And no problem to sign all my documents, and let alone anybody else signed them. So there we are. Those are the first, a lot of names. There's 50 of them all together, and I just choose out of those on that land block where Kiro is, the Governor General is, on that land block. So there are all these ones I have to check to make sure of their whakapapa is going to fit the British title. Otherwise, it's going to ruin it. It's going to ruin the whole title if it's got a Maori in it with a name that interprets into an English name like Pumare, Palmer. If we got a Palmer in there, they'll throw it out. They'll throw the whole lot out. So I don't want all my work and all this to go thrown out because of one person on the title that I put on there. So we just need 3. And that fixes all the titles, everything up in this country, and you'll be better off than what you are now, getting peanuts and working, and you're going to own nothing. You're going to own nothing if these lot get away with our flag and get away with the land title that they want to steal at both of those native courts. So they're there. So that's enough of that one. We go to 45. So that's Gregory's department there. 45.
Right.
45 is the Waitangi Tribunal case. Here it is here. The challenge of the tribunal has been to provide an independent, impartial, public and accessible forum to which claimants can bring their claims, alleged breaches of the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, and have them heard and reported on in a timely manner. I am confident that the Waitangi Tribunal has provided a high-quality inquiry process and authoritative reports that continue to add value to the integrity and durability of the treaty settlements. I don't have to read anymore because I'm going to skip a lot of it. I'm just putting these people straight on trial, and because there's enough information here to read everything in it, and they're just complicit in all the fraud. Judge Wilson Isaac, chairperson of the Waitangi Tribunal, he's got this pound note on his head and the flag jurisdiction on his head, and he's got a £1 trillion note on his head in this court hearing. I would have put a pound note beside him, but I'm running for time, and I haven't got time to do everything I want. And this is Julie Tangairi, acting director of the Waitangi Tribunal Unit. I've still got some more other photos to name them all, but I've left them. It's in the other court hearing of them, so I'm just bringing it up again to give them notice on this court hearing 3 times and they're out. So this court one is the second one. Next week they'll be up again in the third strike, and they're out. The whole Waitangi and the 1840 Treaty of Waitangi is a scam. The whole thing, because they can't answer. Here you have the decree. Everything's a decree, which is lethal. And Britain's experience of empire continues to galvanize humanitarians and British Empire legislation. There's that word, legislation. We're using British Empire legislation of 1833 against the legislation of this government here, and our flag is 1834. You see how we put it together? And here, attention to the experience of indigenous people. The Parliamentary Committee on Aboriginal Tribes governed for 2 years, 1833 to 1835, and see how they're talking in the tribunal, and reported in 1837, the year that the Aborigines, no marriage in here, Protection Society was formed for the Aborigines. Where's the marriage? These developments all had a significant bearing upon the Colonial Office as it came to reconsider from the first approaches of the New Zealand Association in 1837 British position in New Zealand. They knew there was no marriage here. Now, here, download. So I make sure to put download from the Waitangi Tribunal to libel them. Government downloaded from the Waitangi Tribunal. So they wrote this. And then here they put in the whakaputanga. See, he whakaputanga me te treaty. See, they're putting treaty stuff here as if they were there in 1834 and 1837. They're putting it in already before the Treaty of Waitangi. They're writing that the whakaputanga was there. When in the British, they say there's no whakaputanga. The mischief government is putting all their Maori bits in and mixing it up with you've just seen the snapshot go past of Aboriginal, and now you've got the Maori here thrown all over the place, and statement objects of the New Zealand Association. So they've mixed the association in with the statement foresaw Maori happily selling their unused lands. See? So Maoris selling land, natives were not allowed to sell land, only Maoris, because the white-faced Maoris sold the land, not the brown-faced Maoris. The white-faced Maoris sold the land. You can see those white Maoris in Kororareka, in their marae, just for white people. See? And no offense against them, but that's the way they set it up. The statement foresaw Maori happily selling their unused lands for normal sums being willingly bought to adopt the language uses. So they've mixed all the whakapapa, everything up. Maori national independence. So they're bringing the independence in with the flag on that day to give them authority to their 1840 Treaty of Waitangi, Treaty. Maguire's 1814 proclamation referred to the New Zealand as a dependency of the New South Wales. So they fit this in to a British title and go around going with the flag goes direct to Westminster. The flag comes straight from Westminster, didn't go through Australia. So here, they're mucking around here as going through Australia with that sheriff lady from Australia, that lady saying, we are part of Australia. No, we were already British with the flag. See? So don't bring all your stuff from Australia here. We got nothing to do with you and this queen of yours that corrupted everything. So we got a cite, decree, affidavit, fraud, documents. So there, we go to, where we go now? 37. We go to 45. 45. We're going, where's 45? 45, 47. Oh, we've been at 45. We just passed it. So we should be on 63. 63. Just read the end bit of 63. Page 63. Just the end bit. See, we should be skipping past all this, but I just want to explain the difference of a whakaputanga and a native. And where does your whakaputanga fit in a native court? I'm just telling you. It had no place in the native court. They just stuck it in there, the Waitangi Tribunal. So here, Maori at 1837 is not a true history of events according to the British Crown Government Print Office, has Aborigine, Native, Indigenous. I wrote this, publications in the legal documents that the New Zealand fake Maori tribe of Waitangi Tribunal and their Pākehā counterparts, that's how they talk Pākehā, complicit in defrauding the New Zealand population into believing there was such a thing as Maori tribes in 1825 to 1837, when King William IV died away. Then a new crown under Queen Victoria and the Rothschild family of corruptors of the King's Admiralty, Lord of the Sea, and then went in their churches and Bibles to screw the native chiefs off their indigenous sovereign lands with fake laws and corrupted language. We want banished off our native lands and put our own laws of King William III, King George III, King William IV back to normal and stop the war with our Confederation of Chiefs, King William IV flag contract, law jurisdiction back to the common law of King. Okay, so that's that. And we caught Jacinda and Cindy at what they're doing now with our flag. We've caught them actually doing the fraud with the flag. That's what I'm trying to say. We go to 89 of 63. We're gone past 63. Oh, we're going to 89. 89. 89. I really needed to skip through all this lot. 89. There's whakaputanga going past. 89. Maybe not, right here. It is therefore hereby agreed between the said parties that Her Majesty Queen Victoria shall exercise absolute sovereignty in and over the said native chiefs, their tribes and their country in as full and ample a manner as Her said Majesty may exercise her sovereign authority over any of Her Majesty's dominion and subjects. So we're citing her for that. And it says, Queen of England, absolutely and without reservation, all the rights and powers of sovereignty which the said Confederation of individual chiefs, there's no Maori in here. This is Queen Victoria, respectively exercise or possess or may be supposed to exercise or to possess over their respective territories as sole sovereigns thereof. So we are sole sovereigns, people. We are sole sovereigns right there. And that's no Maori in there, just native. So you call yourself native on the 28th and don't call yourself Maori on the 28th. Call yourself a native. You can do what you like after that day. Note of the record today, Saturday, 24th September, 6 p.m., that time that Queen Victoria said Confederation of Individual Chiefs, the Natives Magistrate King's Bench Court state clearly on Zoom live video, this proof of claim, native chief statement, not the United Tribes of Maori European mixed race people at 1837 Queen Victoria. So it didn't say united in there. It just says individual chiefs. So that's the end of that one. That's the end of that. We go to 96. We go into the Forgery Act now, a bit of that. 96. Legislation. It's got 96. Go back a bit. I just want to see the word legislation. Forgery. There. Whoa. Yeah, I just wanted to point it out. Forgery Act. We're using this against Jacinda and Cindy and all those trustees. The Forgery Act 1913, legislation.gov.uk. Forgery Act 1913, legislation. So there's where we're using our legislation of this court against their legislation as from Britain, where they got their laws from, and they threw the laws away, and they're only using legislation. So I picked out any legislation of today's Parliament in Britain and old one, but we're using 2022 legislative acts, up-to-date ones, against this government here, and shut them out with that on the 20th. The legislation and laws against their legislation and their 1986 constitution. That's all they got. And the picture of the Queen and the Maori. That's all they got. They haven't got any seals of what we've got. No kings, no flag, no nothing. Just myth. Just myth. That's it, Georgie Job. That's all you got. Myth. And a seal that you fellows have to follow. And there, you're stuck because you haven't got a court. You haven't got a court to try your cases, and you have to go to the World Court where you won't get nowhere as a Maori. They'll say, where's your title? And that's the end of you. So here we've got definition of forgery. So these, we went through this before, but I'm just pointing out some of the things that we're putting up against this government and Cindy and the trustees, especially we're coming up to the trustees afterwards, but I'm just leveling all of this at the whakamininga to see how deep you have to go before you can get your government even off the ground. I tried my hardest with Sunakora, but nobody knew the law. Nobody. They just haven't got it in their brain. They don't do this sort of thing because they're not interested. They're only interested in tikanga. Well, Moai is tikanga, where the law came from. The Lore came from my family in Raiatea Island. That's where it comes from. That's why I'm used to law, because it's in me. My tupunas are saying, go to it. Just follow the law. Don't break the law. Just pick the best laws and go for it. Yeah, you keep on the track because we're watching Moai, watching what you're doing to make sure you do it right. See? So there we go to 97. So there's more on forgery and counterfeiting, British government. So we just quote the cite the Forgery Acts that you come across, legal guidance, fraud and economic crime. See, there's another one, economic crime. They're doing economic business for themselves and the WEF, not for us. So we're doing economic fraud case against them for our economy and our pound note to put them out of business on the spot. So they're making a false instrument. They use false instrument to turn the native into Maori. And the British would have done that. They would have put Maori there instead of native in the first place, but they didn't. The Maori here in Parliament, not the Maoris in Waitangi, not the whakamininga people, but the Maoris in government and the likes of the Maori party, they've got the flag flying there. What are you going to do about it, Georgie Job? What are you going to do about the Maoris in there using the flag better than you fellas? Because they know it's a business flag. It's not a flag with wakas. It's not a waka flag. That's the problem, real problem. Can't get it in the head. You can't whakapapa in business because it just don't work. They just do memorials to the land that you live on, and everybody, you can't kick anybody off because they got international laws to stop anybody kicking them off unless you got superior laws and documents. to kick them off, kick anybody off. The first ones you go after was all those Americans coming here to hide away with all their wealth. You go straight for them with the sheriff. See, when we get one land at Cook Street, that's with all these titles, then bang, off goes the sheriff to click them all up. So that's how that works, with forgery of names and forgery of whakapapa, because the whakapapa in Tainui is all upside down back to front, and also Ngāti Whātua, all back to front. And Dion Walker is quickly learning how that all works, because he's following religiously what I do. And he's only interested in getting, he can't even get on his own land because the trustees stop him. This native magistrate Kingsburg court cited the Waitangi Tribunal as fraud. So there we're saying in here, the Waitangi Tribunal is fraud and complicit in the government's fashioning of these illegal documents, instruments. These are instruments of fraud. False instrument is one that purports to be something which is not. You see? I.e., that is, it must tell a lie about itself. That's what they've been doing all along. And we prove it. We prove they are lying, and wait to see what happens. If they zip up, it means we're right. And that's the end of them. They can lock them up. We can lock them up. Not let them go. They're not getting away. They're not going. No one's going to get away from Moai. Nobody escapes Moai. He's looking at them. So we go to 98. 98. Geez, we only been halfway. A false instrument is one that purports to be something which is not. So they're just saying it again. An instrument that tells a lie about its subject matter or relevant factual circumstance states that an instrument is false. So that's enough of that one. We've gone past that one. We're on the next page now. 1981 Act 99. 99. The 1981 Act 99. Making a false instrument if they alter an instrument so as to make it false in respect whether or not it is false in some other respect apart from that alteration. This is what we're levelling against this government for altering British printed press documents, sealed documents. They've altered them illegally against the flag. We can prosecute if relevant event occurred in England or Wales and New Zealand. We're putting this Justice Act 1993 Part 1 against the government tonight in this court. So there, we just quote it off as it goes past because it's verbal. I'm saying it verbally on the video of what we're using as instruments against the government. So we use that and just roll up to 110. We're using the British Empire legislation 1833, bottom of the snapshot. That was on page 109. What's that page? Whoop, whoop. What's that one? What's that page just gone past? Keep going. Oh, on 109. The 109. There should be a bit on the British Empire legislation 1838. There it is. We're quoting this against this government in Wellington on this video tonight. This British experience of empire continues to galvanize humanitarians after the abolition of slavery in the British Empire by legislation in 1833. So we're using that 1833 legislation against this government as indigenous people. Okay, you got that, people? Not Maoris, not Indians or anybody else, but indigenous people. That's everybody born on the land. This is what this means. The Parliament's Committee on Aboriginal Titles commented for 2 years, 1833 to 1835, and recorded in 1837, the same year, that the Aborigines Protection Society was formed for Aborigines, not Maoris. No Maoris in this snapshot. So there, clearly finds one and the other are Maori and a native, Aborigine, indigenous. So there, I'm just telling the whakaputanga and the whakamininga, here's your answer to who's a native and who's a Maori. It can't prove what a Maori is, and whakapapa all over the place because it doesn't matter in a commercial contract court. They don't want to know. They put it in the archives over there, all the whakapapa and everything, because they moved on. They moved on and they don't want to talk about whakapapa in titles. So keep going to 110. 110, Maori. 110, Maori slipped in here at the top. So I just wanted to look at it and see the word Maori, and I won't read it, but you can see clearly this snapshot is full of Maori in it, and it's just fitting itself. It's just dropped itself right on top of the native title of Britain as if it's real, and it's not real. You see? They're switching back to 1814 proclamation. So we got a proclamation out that on the 28th, we have a proclamation here that negates the Maori land titles and the Maori government in Wellington Corporation. We can negate the whole lot and put it out, put it out with that, with this 1814. They can't reach back beyond 1840. That's their rule. That's their rule, not law. That's their legislation. They legislated out settlements under Waitangi Tribunal to stay at 1840 and not to go back. Because here they are reaching back in their latest Waitangi Tribunal report to people that, oh, now we can go back. We can go back and put ourselves there. And nobody will ever know. If I didn't tell you, you would never, ever have known. So there, be lucky you got this looking at you, at what's true and what's not true. So we go to 110, 116. These are just snapshots that I've picked out. 116, native chiefs. 116. Is that it? Oh, this one, yeah. So here, I won't read what I've written, but it's just that they're tampering around with British documents. That's all I want to say there. And treaty, they've stuck treaty in there, so there's nothing British about treaty that they've designed there in their treaty claims system. So there's nothing much there. I just wanted to write a bit of. We go to what's on the next one. What's this one? Whoops. Native chiefs and tribes, settlement amongst them, Her Majesty's subjects, protect the native chiefs and tribes in their just rights. Yeah, so there, that's the native chiefs there again, and no Maoris. Absolutely no Maoris. That this is Queen Victoria, and the government here and the Waitangi Tribunal makes their snapshots as if Queen Victoria told them that there was Maori there. But here is a clear snapshot that there ain't no Maori in this one. So we go to 116, 117. These are the ones I just wanted to clearly show you. Queen who thereby acquired the government of the Maori people. There's the Maori there, putting themselves in the word of advice. Maori who objected the opposition of Pākehā laws. See, so they stacked the Maoris against the Pākehā laws, and so the Maoris are fighting all these years against the Pākehā themselves. They've set up this battle between themselves, the Pākehā and the Maoris, and this is how it came out. Believe it or not, they just did that to screw the people Maoris into believing that they had a title, which they didn't have. No Maori has title of their own to the land, nothing. And the Scottish they swear they were here before the Maoris. That's right, they were here before the Maoris because the Maori was only invented in 1949. The Maori Land Court. That's when the native land court ended, and the marriage land court started in 1949. No marriage before that. They just made it out of thin air. So that's proof. That's proof that there was no such thing before the war, 1945. When the Maoris came back from war, there was Maori land, and all their land was being sold by the white Maoris, while all the brown Maoris went to war. You see what I mean? And the Maori battalion. So they went to die for these idiots in Wellington and lunatics in Wellington. Not the ones in Britain, the ones in Wellington. So 123. 123. We got a wrong way to go. 123. Just to be clear for everybody going up to Kororareka and to Waitangi, what you know and don't know about what this government is up to, and there's nothing they can do about it. You can't do nothing about it because they have control over you and the whakamiringa and everything, because they are using that flag illegally. The only way to stop it is a native court, not anything else. So I'm just defining. I won't read what I've written. You can read what I've written. So I want to go down the end, go to the next snapshot. So you can read that. What does this one say? Decree law affidavit, I wrote that. Manuka Henry stress, no. Maori agreement, the treaty, Maori, no, that wasn't one. So go to 7, 8, 9, 125. We go to 125, and then we go to the jurisdictions, Criminal Justice Act 1993, Part 1. So that's what I wanted to quote here. Where is it? We got section applied difficulty, Forgery and Counterfeiting Act 1981, Section 91AG sets out 8 excessive scenarios in which an instrument is false for the purposes of FCA 1981. That's all I wanted to quote here. False instrument, and one something which is not. So it's just doubling up on what things we already said. So that's that one. 132. We go to 10. 134. Man, we've got to scoot through this one. We'll get 134. So this is 134. So there's the Pope and his ex now. He's multi propria. So we can skip through this, and we'll put the seal here and the 8-point star to liquidate him with his own laws. So that's really what that star is there over him, because he's been usurping St. Patrick for his from the Admiralty law, mortgages, liens. That's where he got his wealth from this 8-point star and that Admiralty rope around it. So that's all that I have to say there. Created the World Trust. So he's destroying what he set up. And he can't destroy our trust in England, because that's a separate trust. That's a trust for land. The king's land, conquered lands, is not his birth certificate trust. So there's 2 trusts. The birth certificate bonds, that's held by the Pope. That's that trust. We go after with this 8-point star on his head and a flag. And the other trust, the Queen Victoria Trust, is the King William IV Trust with the flag of all the wealth that the king has conquered, all the countries, Commonwealth and all of that, and all the trade countries that put the money into the crown treasury. And so that's our stake in the crown of that. So carry on going. We go to 144. 144. We're getting through it. 144. These are all accounts. We carry on going. 144. That one on 144. Roll up some more. What's this? Holding offence anywhere in the world. Second law. Supply Act. Counter cease. Something was here. Execution of Judgment Act. Postmaster General. Now, it's just to show you what we're using these acts of King William IV now. That's it. We're using 19 A4 pages of acts from 1830 to 1837 of King William IV laws on top of this government in Wellington. And that's what I'm saying in this court hearing tonight, just to show you where we get our laws and acts and legislation from. See, so there we've got a part coming up of legislation. You'll see later on that I'll skip over that Bankruptcy Act and all that exchequer. So all those ones in highlighted in red bold are the acts we've got up against this government, and money, especially the Bank of England Act and the Pound Note Act. We put that to liquidate them for the pound note, and this is where we get the authority from these laws over their legislation. There's the Admiralty Act there, 1832. So that's the flag act. We use that Admiralty Act for that flag to put all its power on top of them with that, because it's an Admiralty flag of business, and that's ours. There's the Bills Exchange. Keep bankruptcy. We bankrupt them under that act, 1832 of King William IV, and we go, keep going. You can see them as it goes through. That I just quote them off Africa Crown Lands Act, Scotland. We use that to seize all the Crown lands. You see, so there. And Ecclesiastic Corporations Act 1832 is King William. We seize all those church properties with that ecclesiastic Pope's title to corporations. We go after all the corporations, all those property developers, banks, all those things with this act here, ecclesiastic, where the Pope has put his finger into Westminster Parliament to have a stake in our crown business. Forgery, abolition, punishment, Insolvency Debtors Act. We put that one into insolvent, make them insolvent. Debtors Ireland Act. So there, we got some worse ones coming up. So if we can, we're only on 1832. We gotta get through them. There's a Madhouse Act. We put that on Jacinto doing Madhouse. Is the real Madhouse in Wellington, creating Madhouse Act. So there, it'll tell you what's a Madhouse Act, and they're in a madhouse down there, and we dropped that one on them tonight, because that's all I can say they are, and we put this act right on top of their head as madmen. So we're on 144, I think. Yeah, 144 onwards. 144 onwards. So those are interesting information that gives this court a lot of power to choose the laws we want, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. There's nothing anybody's doing about it either, and it must be right. So that's what you call tika. Tika is correct. It's correct. So where do you get up to? Just keep rolling, Angie. I just want to see the Bank of England Act and the Pound Note Act. So we're sticking those two acts on top of the Rothschild Bank of England, and we have our own acts of Bank of England over the top of them. There's Sheriff's Act, 1832. That's Gregory's Act there. 10th Act to pick up the rent and everything on the land. Administration of assets estates. There's the Bank Notes Act there, 1833. We used that for our pound note, and the Bank of England Act, 1833. We used those two tonight and on the 28th to enforce our pound note and use it against them as £1 trillion against those people that got £1 trillion against them, and 100 trillion against Syndicate, and 100 trillion against Jacinto. So that should be enough to start us off. Really, it should be enough to start off. There's a Lunacy Act against Commissioners of Lunacy Act against those lunatics are called in Parliament, and Biden, lunatic. Court of Bankruptcy England Act 1833. So yeah, we're bankrupting their businesses. Anybody that's on that side milking it, all those people who've made a lot of money out of it, you're going to have to pay the bill. That's the way this court works. Inheritance Act, that's for our Queen Victoria Trust. We're going after all that stolen wealth, gold and everything, and including that gold that David Strait says I'm holding the key to. Certainly right about that one. Yep, certainly holding the key for all this are. And nobody ever knows how it works until I tell you now. Keep going. Police Magistrates, Metropolis Act, Police Magistrates. So really, we should be using police magistrates as sheriffs and all. Writs of Execution Act. There we go. Writs of Execution Act 1833. We've dropped in this one right on them tonight. We're dropping this one. Writs of Execution Act. That's to execute your documents, and writs are real lethal. The writs we have are real lethal, and it could have you hung. Control Assets Act, Central Criminal Court Act 1834. That's what we're using as well. Chancery Act, we're using that as well on the money side of Treasury. Court of Justice Ireland Act, we use that one. Customs Act, East India Company Act, we use that one, 1834. Follow India and King George III that put that all together, the father of King William IV. He stuck all that and America together. So that's us. We use King George III X because he pushed the 8-point star St. Patrick's Municipal Corporations Act. He pushed it. King George III pushed it into America. That's us. We use that act on top of everybody. Forest Fines Recovery Ireland. See, we use these fines to recover all the money that's stolen and everything we put up against this government, the people we're naming here and the trustees and everybody. They're going to get all this shoved down their throat in this court and on the 28th. Insolvent debtors. So we use those. All these ones that are underlined are in all the court hearings tonight. The 5 court hearings that I'm mentioning in this court tonight. So we can carry on. We got 3 more years to go. So not very many acts to put everything together tidily, without too many acts. Yep. So these are clean acts. Convictions, no. Keep going, roll up. Trial, trust property. Yep, the Trust Property Act against the trust. City of London, Constables Act. No. Bail, no. Bankruptcy Act. No, we've been through that one. Decorations Act. We're going to use this Decoration Act on the 28th of October and declare under this act what we're going to say. Decorations taken by the sheriffs. So they declare on that day that they follow this in declaring what we're going to declare our country back in native title to the people of New Zealand and the flag, ownership, and all its trust business. There, that's what that one's for tonight in this court hearing. Imprisonment for debt. Yeah, imprisonment for debt. If they got the debt and they can't pay it, they go straight in prison with that one. Okay, so we're not being kind here with these laws. They deserve it because they've got away with 187 years of robbery right till now, and they're going to have to pay it back. And all those people who milked it, they're going to, and those rich Americans coming here, you're going to have a sheriff knocking on your door. Municipal Corporations England Act 1835. There it is, to pick up the rent on the lands, King William IV, and the 8-point star of St. Patrick. Here is it, to pick up the rent on the land and take it off this government. Right there. They haven't got laws like this. No, they just borrowed them and screwed them around into legislation. And we've got to drop the law right on top of their head with that one. King's Bench Act. See, we use this removal of indictments into the King's. All the indictments against the Crown anywhere in the world can come under this act of those countries that come into the King's Bench Court, and of removing the indictments that they have against somebody in America or somewhere or Australia and put it into this King's Bench Court under this act, then try them. It's a one-shot trial like what we're doing now. In, bang, out. No waiting around and putting your court hearing off to the next day. No, it's done in one shot day. That's it. That's how the natives did their court hearing. They did it in one day verbally and got rid of any criminal activity on their maraes. Statutory Declaration Act, 35, 5th Instalment Recovery, Union Paris, West Australia Government Act. See, they were under King William IV in Australia, Western Australia in 1835. So he had a hand over there. And they didn't need to come from there to here under King William IV. Otherwise, they would have put it that way. But they came here under Queen Victoria, see? And here's William over there already. Why didn't they come under William to New Zealand? Because they couldn't. Bankruptcy Act. This is one is dropping on these people in this court hearing tonight. We're going to bankrupt you under this Bankruptcy Act of King William IV, 1836, C27. Bankruptcy Ireland, Bankruptcy Bastard Act in Scotland. Use a Bastard Act on these bastards. So there, that one, Bastard Scotland Act, 1836, C22, on all them bastards that have been screwing all you people and stealing kids and all the rest of that and jabbing them to bits and spoiling their bodies. Yeah, that's a real bastard thing to do. Birth and Death Registration Act, we go under our own birth and take those birth certificates and registration back off them with that act. So, Commissionary Court of Edinburgh. So anything to do in Edinburgh, we use the Commissionary Court of Edinburgh as our own commission to the land court titles in Edinburgh of Te Waikato Wharehere in America in 1823 contract. So we use that one for him in Edinburgh and the Freemasons main office there. So they'll be listening. They'll be listening to what I'm saying. And that's what the whakaminenga doesn't have. Somebody watching over what you do. If you've got this sort of information flying around all over the place. Executions for Murder Act 1836 C30. This is what Jacinda and all those people who are spreading stuff to murder people. If it's found out that it's murder from that court, but in our court we're saying it's murder in a native magistrate court. We're saying it's murder and treason and high treason and coercion and all the rest of it. You know all the rest of it comes under this executions for murder. You get hung for murdering people intentionally with something that changes their body to make them not the same as what they were from God. See, so they're being of God. They're trying to be God and replace God up there. That's the one I go to, Moai and the God up there. Insolvent debtors, now we go past that. We said that one already. And so see how important it is to run through these things. There's in municipal corporations in Ireland Act 1836. There's William William the Fourth again with picking up the rent on the land. So there, Frank McElheron and Paul Brown, and there's your what's her name? Ireland. Her Rebecca. There's one for you where the money comes from off your land, goes into the crown that got stolen and hijacked by those thugs and pirates that are running Westminster and selling it off. Prince of Wales Act. This is what Prince Charles is using this act on for him from this king. You see, the Prince of Wales, this is Prince Charles Act of 1836. He's going to milk it for his position as King of the Pacific, not King of Britain, UK. He hasn't got a title of Britain of UK. Only King Ernest Augustus V has the succession to the throne through the King Act of Britain, UK. Prince Charles can never be that, and neither can Prince William that they're trying to fashion Prince William to take over this King William title. No, he's the wrong bloodline. He's not a Dutch. They're trying their best. They'll cut him off. He can't claim this flag and King William as if he's a King William to William III and William IV. No, wrong bloodlines. Absolutely wrong bloodlines. So we go down here. This act, that's a lot to do with money. Felonies Act. See, this felony, this committing felony in the court under that act, and all the bad things. Valuation of Lands Act, well, we don't need to do that. We put our own value on the land. We put the higher value on the land and the higher value on the birth certificates, £1 trillion on the birth certificate, where the Pope puts 100 million for each birth certificate. Acts of Parliament, mistaken reference. Bankruptcy Act, we've done that one. We've done that one. So it's good information for you to know how deep this flag goes. Payment of creditors, there's what we use this one. Payment of creditors, Scotland Act 1837. Are we on 1837 now? There we go. We're using that as our creditor company. Now, Atua Ewa Aotea Limited New Zealand and Moai Powerhouse Group Limited London, when we get to register again, it'll just pick up under this creditors payment. They've got to pay the creditors back for all the piracy thing and drop the Piracy Act 1837 C88 on all those pirates in Parliament here and government. So there, that's another one for you tonight, Cindy Kira and Jacinda Ardern. The Piracy Act is right on your head tonight. Robbery from the Persons Act 1837 C87, that one on top of your head too, for robbing everybody in this country. See, and Sheriff's Fees Act 1837, that applies to sheriffs, how they're going to get paid and everything from what we recover. Transfer Admiralty Postal Contracts Act. There's another Contracts Act there with the post shop, postal. Wills Act 1837 C26. The Wills Act comes into anything of inheritance that goes to you in this court, comes under there. And that's the end of those acts. That's put up against all those people with their photographs there as being from a higher superior court. So there, versus New Zealand Government Maori Party. So this is the court case against the Maori Party and that flag, and using our flag in their Maori government as offensive and criminal act of treason against the people of New Zealand whose flag it is, not the government's corporation's flag. So there, that's the New Zealand Government, Maori Party leaders Rawiri, Waititi and Debbie, Ngawaka, Paka, and its party complicit in the Jacinda Ardern corrupt scam pandemic government and illegally flying our 1834 Confederation of Chiefs 1834 flag as a Maori party gets a £1 trillion note on their heads each of this court today for usurping a King's Bench Magistrate Court flag jurisdiction. The Maori Party is using the word Maori, invented by the New Zealand Government Parliament Pākehā in 1949, thereabouts, and illegally altering the British Government land title records by inserting the word Maori in 1769 and again in 1831, as if Maori tribe existed in those years. They published their illegally altered our original 1823 to 1834 natives British legal land title documents and historical whakapapa, traditional history, because they use contemporary history made by professors, and I use traditional, the real whakapapa, traditional history documents to make the fake artificial Maori Queen's tribe to appear real when it's not real is the offence of this court hearing today, Saturday, 27th August 2020. Found you all guilty as prosecuted, convicted and charged backdated to 1837, death of King William IV, all this fraud, flag, sovereign, title theft. So we just, this the second time around to the Maori Party and the government. 2 strikes, and next strike they're all out. All right, with what I just said now about using our flag as a whakaputanga flag in their Maori Crown government. So there. New Zealand. New Zealand is a lawless government operating a foreign government corporation, private Maori Crown business of self-interest using its own legislation and its own Constitution Act 1986 and a fake Maori chief and queen to Elizabeth II dead entity seal and pretended myth jurisdiction, no oath to their office or of corporation business, of no legal authority to Queen of England or British UK monarch seal or British law jurisdiction and legal authority versus the Confederation of Native Chiefs laws of King William III, 1689, and King William IV Acts of Westminster Parliament, 1830 to 1837. I just read through with Andy. British law we practice in our native magistrate King's Bench Court, and British UK legislation 2022 and King George III Constitution Act 1776 and his son King William IV Dutchman that got these New Zealand Maori government pirates on this native land ownership developed land in the first place. Second, well, these are just some of the things I'm levelling up against them. So you can read them in your own time, and I won't keep reading forever because I want to get through it. We've got 317 pages to catch up to. So these here are everything that we're going up against this government and using these instruments and statements against them. And the plan B here with BRICS, Brazil, Russia, China, South Africa, and our allies Spain, Tonga, Philippines. So there, those are just backups. We get no protection from that flag we're supposed to get from Britain, and they've reneged on it. The Britain has reneged on our protection of us here in New Zealand, all of us. So there, that they think that America's going to bring protection here. No, they're going to wipe everybody off and own nothing if they go that way. Proclamation, and this is the meaning of proclamation. I put there, won't read it because I get a bit tired of reading. And so that gives you an example of how what we are proclaiming on the 28th and what we're declaring in front of each other. Some of the things that I've said already, but I'll make a list. I've got a bit of a list somewhere in what we're going to do and how we're going to put it across. And I'll read the proclamation now that I put in 2017 with Kingi Todu, the leader of Te Tii Marae, the chief, and he signed all my documents, and he signed the proclamation that I'll read out, and I'll be reading on the 28th of October as well. Proclamations. So there's some information about it to the mayors and governors of what proclamations are for. So we're proclaiming because we are our own self-government in Britain, that we're going as partners. So we're practicing as if we're already with Britain and going alongside of them to help them out with a pound note to dissolve Rothschild and put the military and pay the military with a pound note from what we get out of the recovered debt of all the people. What is a declaration? Here's the bit on a declaration. Is a written statement you swear under penalty of perjury is the truth. So we swear that everything on all these 24 documents and 24 videos, and there'll be about 27 altogether by the time we hit going up to Kororareka. We'll have 27, should be about 27. I'll fit in one maybe during the week before the 20. On the 25th, we'll have another one. And that's the day I've given the government, all those agents, time to respond by the 25th. Otherwise, it's 3 strikes and the whole lot are out. They can't contest us. And that's all it's going to lead to in our declaration on the 28th, because they feel silent, and silence is acquiescence to your law being the real, true law of the land and the country and the flag. So there, that's what this, I just put it so people looking at what we do, and if we know what we're talking about, so I just put things here that where I base my interpretation of what a declaration is and what a proclamation is in public. That's what it means, in public, all the people. So here's the proclamation coming up. I'll read it because that's what I wanted to save my breath for. And this was in 2017, proclamation in the name of His Majesty King William IV, King of the United Kingdom, Britain, Ireland, has his living successor in 2017, King Ernest Augustus V, 62, heir to the throne, King of Britain, UK, Hanover, Aotea, New Zealand, New World Order. So that's I put that right in the face of the New World Order, but they got WEF now instead of New World Order. And so we just take that title of New World Order off them in this proclamation. And his son, Prince Regent Ernest Augustus, 32, heir to the throne. So we're putting the right king on the throne because Charlie's going to have difficulty being the king of the throne when everybody knows he can't do it. By Hoani Kakiwano Sheriff Creditor, Surrogate King William IV, my Native Land Commissioner. So that's what I'm representing back then. Chief King Hongi Hika for the Confederation of Chiefs Hapu in Congress assembled in Waitangi. I did this all in front of them. Chief Te Waikato for Aotea, New Zealand, Pacific Islands, New World Order, Maui Crown Bank. So there's the bank there that I made these proclamations in front of everybody. And Kingi signed it for the whole of Te Marae and all those people in Ngāpui. This one was for you. This was set up for you for the 28th of this month to get back everything. Whereas we as Chief Commander, Chief Commander, assert His Majesty King Ruler legacy in Waitangi Marae. That's what we did with Kingi. On that day that we went there and did a native court hearing there, signed it on that day. Native court from His Majesty King William IV, Admiralty law jurisdiction of the flag. See, jurisdiction. So we got jurisdiction on the 28th through his principal agent, State of Colonies, James Busby, did assert on the grounds of discovery of Aotea, New Zealand. That's what Mo'i Manukau was saying, Aotea, not Aotearoa. That's the United Nations says Aotearoa. So Aotea, New Zealand is the Freemasons with Mo'i Manukau and Aotea Raglan, Kawhiri the Giant, and Aotea downtown Auckland city centre and Great Barrier Island Aotea and Aotea down the South Island. So there's Aotea everywhere, not Aotearoa, land of the long white cloud. That's another myth. Now, in right of Hapu sovereign chiefs, the administration of their native lands over the southern islands of New Zealand, commonly called the Middle Island and Stewart Island, and the island commonly called the Northern Island, transferred back to the Confederation of Chiefs Hapu under proclamation of their inherent continuity of unbroken sovereignty over their native lands to their commercial trading bank private contract business partner, His Majesty King William IV's successor, King Ernest Augustus V, and his successor, Prince Regent Ernest Augustus, under settled law forbidding women succeeding to his British throne. Now therefore I, Honi Kakiwano, my Crown, Native Land Commissioner of Aotea, New Zealand and Pacific Islands, do hereby proclaim and declare to all men that from and after the date of these presents, that Moai native chiefs, administrators, the King's leased lands through St. Patrick, Borough Council, land rates, tax rent, Chief's flag of Admiralty, full sovereignty over New Zealand, extending from 34 degrees 30 minutes to 47 degrees 10 minutes south latitude, and between 166 degrees 5 minutes to 179 degrees of east longitude, vests in the Moai Crown under His Majesty King Ernest Augustus V and his son Prince Regent Ernest Augustus, nominated as King of Britain, UK Military Protectorate by the chiefs in Congress assembled forevermore given under my hand inside Waitangi Marae King's Bench Courthouse, sworn the 2nd to 6th day of February. That's Waitangi Day. We did this in Titi Marae in the paddock, did a native court, then went over into Waitangi with Kingi and did it again there. In the year of our atua, Lord God, 2017, inside Waitangi Marae, King's Bench Native Courthouse, Maui, King William IV, Federal, State, Commonwealth Government of the World. New World Order, that's our way of putting it. St. Patrick's Order 8-point star flag, 2nd and the 6th, or 2nd to the 6th of February 2017, Te Ti and Waitangi land, Maui Hapu land returns to the chiefs, signed by His Excellency, oh dear, Surrogate King, Maui Crown and St. Patrick's Church Order Secretary, Jamie Anna Marie Patrick. So there's Jamie's signature as a Patrick, a family of St. Patrick there in her bloodlines with Scotland Yard Stewart. The two names in her family, Stewart, Scotland Yard, and Patrick, the 8-point star in Ireland. So there, that's why she's there as a secretary to me. And this, in that year, she was there as well. And there's videos of her flying the flag on the treaty ground by herself. And Hohepa Ipiha has died. He was the other one, and Willie Pater was there as well. But they didn't sign the documents. Only Kingi signed the documents, and not this one. Bundy and Manahi didn't sign this document because they had a chance to come and sign it, but they didn't come into the marae with us. And that was early in the morning. Honi Kakiwano, my Native Land Commissioner, Sheriff of Waitangi Marae Court, extended to all districts courts. That's in the country. So they'll become courthouses with the native people. Native Chief Commander Kingi Tauro, New Zealand Military, Waitangi Marae landlord. So he's the landlord at that time, Queen Victoria Trust. So he's claiming the Queen Victoria Trust because he's a King Edward on the Queen Victoria Whakapapa bloodline. So that's him there. He's an Edward. His real surname is Edward, not Taurua, because Mohi's told me he's not a Taurua. He's not a Taurua. He's a Edward. So there, he's got the Queen Victoria right, but they can't get the title to the trust without all the instruments and all the whakapapa right. See, so there, something's wrong there. So we're there to stitch it all up so that you can go and claim all the wealth of the World Bank, and with the Awaroa World Bank, that's where the World Bank came out, the Awaroa Bank in Helensville, that's where that one came from. And then the trust was set up in England with Queen Victoria to protect the natives and give them their share of the big crown. So there, that's one thing that King William left with her. That's why we have the Moai Crown King William IV Trust, to go into that trust and seize the whole lot of the Rothschilds. Waitangi Marae, printed by Moai Crown King William IV Trust and Moai King William IV Party. I had a party running at that time for here in Britain, and Matt Taylor was running the Moai King William IV Party in Britain with his own party. New Zealand Pacific property rights to His Majesty King William IV 1837 Acts of Westminster Parliament, enforced law on the 15th of April 2016, legal private contract with my native chiefs of Aotearoa, New Zealand and Pacific Islands, native land titles absolute in the Maui Crown, New Zealand Pacific World, King William III, St. Patrick, UK, New Zealand dual governments. Set up in Kororareka. See, we set this up in Kororareka to London. From there, the British Navy, Devon Port in Auckland to Devon Port in England, Plymouth, down there, UK, Devonport and Plymouth. government, private contract partnership business with Chief Hongi Hika and Chief Waikato sold Kororareka land 20th of 3rd, 1834. Captain George Lambert, HMS Alligator 21 gun salute at Mikey Hill, 1st 10th of April 1834 Flagstaff. So there's the proclamation said on this court hearing tonight. And here we come across the whakapapa of Mohi, put it together for those tribes. You can see Waitaha is there beside the Moriori as the second one in the line. But then with this, there's the title to Rewharewha Manukau for the big block of land to the east coast and the west coast. On the 11th of November, we had the court hearing in Auckland and Te Waka Marae for this. On that day, to claim Rewharewha Manukau's title to all that land block from Waiuku across Bombay Hills, Pukekohe, over to Maraitai and the beach there, Maraitai Beach in Cleveland, as one title block cut into smaller blocks of land is him. This was the Native Land Court title. The Native Land Court title, 1862, was this Chief Manukau that went from up north down to Waikato, and his marae was the Punga Marae, Puponga Marae, sorry, at Cornwallis, and his other marae was the Manukau Marae in Waiuku. So those two marae's names were changed. So everything was changed around. So there's Mohi beside his carving that was found in the kaipara, had huru growing on it all over the place, and it was tapu. It's still tapu, that carving, and it's put away in safety, and it's supposed to be to put the Maori government together, not the Maori government, the native government together, and they called it a whakamininga. That's that big half round circle there with the god in the middle, the atua, and right up the top on the left hand side, that's Ngāpui, the head of the whole tribes, the four main tribes, the head of it at Waitangi. So there, that's that part that's missing from all your land titles, but that's a wooden carving of what Mohi Manukau interpreted to me to carry on the history, and the title of that wood object against a Moai long-lasting stone object as memorials to the left. So there, that's where we were going to now. We're supposed to be on 123, or we've just gone past it, that one. So that one's out of the way. We're going to, oh shucks, where am I going? I've been through all this stuff. Where are we at? I'll just roll past. Oh, here, this one, 26.
167 at the moment. Yep.
We should be on have we got to 290 yet?
No, we're on 167 at the moment. That was
Hang on.
67.
Hang on, I might be skipping. Hang on, I've got my papers all mixed up. Whoa. Hang on, just hold it there. I've got the wrong one. I've got all my papers mixed up because I threw them all over the place. Now I'm mixed up. That one. I think I'll just go off and roll it along because all my papers here they are. Oh, here, I found it now. So we should be on 162. What are we on now? 167. Okay, there we are. Mohi, birth certificate. So we've gone past that. We can go past it. We carry on going to 9, 10, 11, 167. Oh, we've gone past it. 171. And man, we've got a long way to go. I've got to skip it. 171. We know this one. We know if this is 171, that's the native court hearing there with Bundy Waitai still alive and Manahi Mahini. But Hiruini Kraka has passed away. He's gone. So that's signed. They signed this Rewharewha Manukau title to get the lands back. under that native land title, precedent case for the whole country came out of this chief here. So they are with me to claim this whole country from where it came from in the first place, here, from that deed there. So this deed here, number 2079, is what we're claiming and signed to. We signed to that deed. So there we're proclaiming and declaring that deed title to return to the people of New Zealand from a little bunch of natives, not the whole tribes and everybody, just a few, just the right ones, and you'll be right. So we go to 171. This was Monaco. 12, 173. 173. We'll try and skip through these now. I've got a lot of writing here. There, a lot of writing notes on what I'm doing. How's this camera still going? Yep, it's still going on the live on the Facebook that way. So here are our group that started off with Frank McElherron in the middle there. And I can see Lee Cant on the right-hand side there. He's the accountant that's looking after the business of my Powerhouse Group Limited in London. And who's that one on the right-hand side? Is that John Patterson? Is that?
John
I
Patterson.
don't really know. That's in the middle of the flag on the right-hand side there. And I've forgotten who's who now, and I can't remember who's who. Kaylee might be the one on the bottom there on the right. I'm not sure. So anyway, we can skip past. Eh?
Yeah, we'll skip past that. Yeah, there's a few on there.
Yep. So this is the note that's going to bankrupt and liquidate all the corporations, including the Pope. Is this big note here with the right king. There's your king there with that flag. That's the rightful king to the flag, not Charles. He doesn't inherit all these kings lined up. It's this king here. He's still alive in London. And so we put him in there. We put him back on the throne to go after all the stolen wealth from his kings, his descendants, and his son coming after him. That's 32. So King Ernest Augustus here is about 69 or 70 now. So getting close to my age. And so that's our debtor instrument against Cindy Kerr and Jacinda Ardern and the WEF Klaus Schwab and Biden. That one's for you. This one here, and that's British. This is British, and Jamie and I spent a lot of time thinking about how to put that together. So that's King Arthur there on the left-hand bottom there, and that was Matt Taylor's King Arthur, and Darrell Payan, the American. That's a King Arthur, but I don't know how that fits in there, but it's there, and I'm not too certain about how that fits into these king lines with the money. The money's on the right with King William the Fourth, and there's no money in King Arthur on corporations. He didn't put corporations together, so that's the difference I have between who created the money in the first place, who put the Bank Acts together in the first place, King William III, and not King Arthur. Didn't do any of that. So there, carry on. We go 1776 Constitution. We just carry on going. That's just what we're saying to liquidate all their assets and everything. So we're going to go and skip to 187. The Corporations Act, 187, the married party using our flag. This is the court case against them. What's that? 187. We're going to 187. Oh, we're going for time. Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll be hitting the 200 mark soon. So there's the married party. You see what they're doing in the government? And Jacinda Ardern, they're stuck with each other, with that pound note between them. I just put that there as a debtor instrument between those people running the government rife. They're running rogue government with our flag there, advertised as if their Maori in government owns it and has clear title to that flag and a native land court title that they can't string it together. This man here, Rawiri Waititi, can't string a land title together. Neither can that woman Packer. Neither can Jacinda Ardern string a native land court title together to claim that flag, and can't even interpret this flag of what it really means. They can't. They can't put this together and say they were the ones it was given to. They can't interpret it. That's what I have against this Maori government and Georgie Job. They can't say what the meaning of this flag is that they're flying. None of them. Nobody can, because it's none of their business. It's all secret stuff that they're not supposed to know about. Not even this government is supposed to have the use of it and not tell you. They're not disclosing anything to anybody about anything, and there's nothing you can do about it, Georgie Job, against this government using that flag. It's only the native court, and they can't stop this native court from talking about it and putting them on in their faces on trial. There's nothing they can do about it. We're on 198. So there, all the pictures moved. I saw the picture move down, and that's why I lost the pound note. Yeah, there's Duterte there, and I put him there to use his acts of parliament as a British country, and so I won't read any of that because I think I've been through in a previous court hearing, but I wanted to run this one across again, notice to Cindy, Kira and Jacinda Ardern a third time. So this is the third time, and their strikes are up. You see, it only leaves the police and the Maori Party and the police, Maori Party, and who else? And the trustees to come up against us with anything to say against what I'm saying. Otherwise, it makes the law. So there, we can carry on going to 194. Or we can skip through soon. I see I'm jumping further ahead now. It's important to identify how this court runs for everybody. Crimes against popular representation, crimes against legislative bodies and similar bodies. So we're using this as crimes against popular representation against Cindy Caro and Jacinda Ardern here. Crimes, we're using this legislation acts here in all of this lot of Art 143 and so forth in the Philippines against crimes against legislative bodies like you in government for yourselves and not the people, and similar bodies, your allies, WEF and Biden. This one is against you from the Philippines Act under British law. Penalty to arrest a mayor or fine from 200, that's his fees there for anybody that breaks his laws, but we're in the trillions. They can't stop us from putting our price on things. That's our business. Applies to my Crown UK Federal State Congress prorogue the New Zealand government. So we're proroguing the government on the 28th of October into recess for up to 3 years until we can get a contractor to help us and borrow their army, their navy to come here to help us to arrest these people. Okay, so they get a big cut out of it. And at the same time, we talk to Duterte, tell them, oh, we'll make a deal with all our gold you got there stacked up, which belongs to us. So if we're looking after it, we'll give you this much and leave it there if you've got it safely stored up from anybody stealing it. So there, that's our business. Why we go to Philippines as a British state. And so use all these acts against them, violation of parliamentary immunity. They have no immunity under the Pope's letter of motu proprio, and the penalty of prison the mayor or anybody in the parliament imposed upon anybody who shall use force, intimidation, threats. There's all of that going on, threats against us, or takeover, or fraud to prevent any member of the National Assembly Congress. That's what I'm saying at Waitangi Congress. They've got their own native Congress, or they're calling it a Maori Congress or something else. If it's something else not native, it's not going to work. It's not going to work if it's Maori Congress or Whakaminenga Congress. That's not in the British system. It's only in the United Nations system, the Whakaminenga. So that's one you need to identify. And I'm making it clear to you, Gregory, that this is the definition of a native magistrate court full on. It's in full position to take this country back under these superior laws, Art 45, violation of parliamentary immunity. So they have no immunity, and penalty of prison, we've said that. So all of this lot is up against the government, and 194 legislative bodies. That's important here. So we can go to 198, President Duterte, 198, 194 to 198. Carry on. 198, what does it say? What did I only did this at the last minute. I wrote this up at the last minute. Commission of another crime during service of penalty of crimes against public interest. So that's what we're going up against. The interest of the public is what this court is all about. And we're using the acts of forging the seal of government of the Philippines, forging the seal of the government. So they're forging their seal of a queen, fake queen, and a fake Maori, as this one here, forging the seal of the government. They're forging a queen. They're usurping a queen of England all these years, and really didn't mean it. They didn't really mean it, because they were only got a picture of a queen and nothing connected to Britain. So that's this forging of a seal of the government of New Zealand. See, of New Zealand in front of everybody, which is a crime. So they're forgeries. They're forging the money of New Zealand dollar out of the fiat money, American dollar, which is fraudulent, and out of the fraudulent pound note of the Rothschilds, which got one bar, is fraudulent. It's fraudulent, counterfeiting, and all of that in here against them, uttering false coins, any person who makes imports or utters false money, and connivance, they're conniving, and counterfeiters or importers shall suffer prison mayor. So anyway, we don't need any more there. That's just all of those acts that we can apply are in red, but we're taking out of the Philippines. Yeah, we're not going to read this. We just skip over them. But everything in red is what we are using against this government tonight in this court again. So now we go to 203. Medical, I just seen medical, false medical there. 203. Now don't carry on. I just saw it go past. So it's got all that medical stuff in there, falsifying medical records and all their medical chains, all their medical, and there's enough information on that. And funeral directors I've seen are coming out with the truth about medical manipulation of documents, of people's identity and medical records, not declaring the death properly and what they died of. It's not natural causes, he's saying. So there's our flag with my signature on it to claim it off these two thugs here that are using it illegally against the Native Confederation of Chiefs and Native people of New Zealand. So I've signed it on this document. These two are in trial already, and again tonight, the second time. The third time next week will be strike three, and they're out with that green pound note sitting on this flag against them as the authority we own. we own this flag legally and lawfully and legitimately, given to us, the native, not Maori, not these two thugs, and not Jacinda Ardern and Maori Party. That's what I'm saying, quite clear to everybody watching, that this flag was given to native chiefs and no one else. Yep. So it was for just the few people, and that not the whole bunch of hanger-oners after that. I can say that quite clearly. It doesn't say anything like that in Britain about 500 people signing this flag when it was already done deal in 1831. A letter was a contract to say, I shall if you do, in exchange. That's what it is. Said, go ahead, pick a flag. See, when he said that, go ahead and pick a flag in 1831 letter, that became the contract to do something to save New Zealand from thugs and pirates and snakes. The black line in the around the little cross is for snakes. See, that's its real meaning. And British protectorate. If anybody gets in the road of our contract, trading around the world in those four corners, those 4 8-point stars to pick up the rent in all the four corners of the earth for the crown, the big crown, and us. We are party to that crown as much as the Freemasons with their certificate of title and their value worth in it and our value worth. I'm saying we should be 60% and the rest of them for thuggery at 40% and we 60%. That's what I would say in that deal of what wealth there is in the trillions. It's in the trillion. We can go anywhere up to this 970 million trillion pound notes. So there, the St. George Cross or England, there we claim, hereby claim in this court, belongs to the native people of New Zealand, Britain, and the world, natives of the world, following us as the lead off to claim what legally and lawfully and legitimately belongs to us and not the corporations, which this flag is a corporation flag for us, the corporation, not them. So there, that clears that up. These two thugs here and all what they're doing is illegal and forbidden from using our flag anymore because it's now on your head. The debt instrument is on your head and we can cash it after the 28th of October 2022 in this court hearing tonight and seize Cook Street land and every other land that has a crooked title. We can seize the whole lot back off the corporate thugs and all those millionaires and trillionaires that have come here from America to hide away their wealth. We can uncover the whole lot with the sheriffs and go straight in and seize the whole lot before this WEF comes and seizes everything off you and you'll own nothing and be happy. If you're happy with that, then that's what Jacinda Ardern's government is and where the Maori government and the whakamininga is on that side to make your mind up what you're going to do. Because we know what we're doing. It's you. Do you know what you're doing? Your leaders of the Maori government and the whakamininga, do you legally know what you're doing? And so I haven't heard anything back about it other than on the 28th of October 2022, there would probably be people coming across to Kororareka in the King's Bench Native Court and have a look to see if they fit or not, or what they're going to say, and go from there. We just take it kanoi to kanoi, face to face. After all this absence of time I've been away from Te Tii Marae since 2017, this proclamation with Kingi and those other people that were inside Waitangi Marae, including the Maori government that didn't sign nothing. They didn't commit to this native magistrate court. So why do you think I'm going to let them come in and sign any of these documents after doing no work? No work and want things for free? No, not absolutely not for free. if you're still in that system, it's not going to work because it's corrupted. Everything you've got marry on is corrupted. You didn't corrupt it, the people in government corrupted it. So there, it's not going to work, really. And to Britain, which still has title over this country, very difficult for you to try and get it off Britain. And even King Tuheja going to the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II, been died for 4 years now, and they're fooled to go there and go to a funeral that's been fake and made up and try and claim New Zealand. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work, really. So here, we're on, what page we're on, Andy? On 198, we should be on 2003. We've been 2003, we're going on to 2003, condemn New Zealand corporate government actions, 2005. There, we condemned them, the government, and what they're doing with our flag and with our land and with our country and with our people. It's going all horrible. It's going into horrible, from bad to worse. 2005 to Mohi Manukau, 2005. This was just letters, whakamininga, a bit of that whakamininga, and a letter to Manahi, and he acknowledges what the Confederation is doing in this letter to Manahi, and that he supports what we're doing, and he still supports what we're doing. And the titles of the birth certificates with Rangitukia, St. Mary's Church in Rangitukia, where the first birth certificate titles were put together in 1831 with my own wānoa bishops and the Ka bishops, the Rapaka Ka's family bishops, put all that lot together. Okay, so there, that's a bit about that connected to us. In 1831, there's a map there of the East Coast and those put together by the government, and how, what year they turned up in East Coast afterwards, the 1840 treaty, and they come second nature, or second, and this Clendon went down there and put all the birth certificates together for the whole country and the world, for that matter, came out of there. And the St. Mary's Church in Parnell in Auckland slipped over the road beside the Church of England. This is when the Pope and the Queen joined two churches together. The Church of England and the Catholic Church was right here in Parnell in Auckland, New Zealand, where they married up together, and their corporate business and all of their church business went together there in that year that happened. So there. Okay, we can move to 2005. 205. We're going to get along a bit here. 2005, what does that say? 2005. State jurisdiction boundary. Areas of roughly. No, if that's 2005, keep going. Married, contemporary history doesn't stack up. 205. So we can keep rolling past there.
205, John.
That's 205. Now carry on going. Go to 212. 212. We'll try and skip a few pages after this. The Rogan, 212. This is where the titles were split up with that map that just went past. In Auckland was right down the East Coast where I'm from at that time. So there's Mohi's whakapapa. You can blow it up. That's the best I've got, because I can't find the original Word document, so I can make a clearer one. And but that's his legacy. I'm carrying on his legacy. Oh, there you can read. You can read what he did. And there's that carving on the left-hand side, which didn't come out at the time. I was in a hurry and just left it like that. And so that's that carving of the four main tribes, and Ngāpuhi, and Yeah, that's that. And that's his interpretation of all that people put together. And I've got my one in down the bottom in purple. The Rogan, Dick Rogan, married the crown, British crown went straight for my family because they knew my family's connected to Raiatea Island in Tahiti and the law, the Moai, their law, and Easter Island, Moai law, Lore. And so that's where it fits just there with the Rogan, Dick Rogan from the East Coast married Oraiti Wano, and John Rogan married Mariah Manukau. And that's Mohi with his Freemasons regalia on to claim this Freemasons whakapapa to that Awaroa Native Magistrate Court with this, and he signed it at the bottom, and I signed it as well. And on the back, there's another one somewhere. I didn't put it in. I forgot to put it in, where all the other chiefs from Raglan and the real Kafiru, Ross Honakafiru, signed the back of it, and Mohi's brother and my brother was there too, William Wano. He was there. He signed it, and Chick Kraka, he came up from Te Araroa. He was there, so he was there for it as well, and also Reti Manas in Kaipara Harbour up there. They came down from there, and so we all agreed on the whakapapa that's at the back of it. And I should have put it there. I can slip it back in, where they drew a whakapapa, and then that goes in the back of Mohi's interpretation of his Moriori. That's a Moriori original native title put together by original Mohi Manukau and Utitonga, Harea Utitonga. The two oldest names on this country here, those two names. There. It's not the cart before the horse, it's the horse before the cart. In this whakapapa that doesn't go flying here, there, and everywhere, all over the place. He's come down from himself there, and those chiefs, that Tainui, Mapuhi, Arawa, Te Arawa, and everybody else comes off one or at least one of those tupunas. And you can see Waitaha there, second behind the Oropuke Waka. Oropuke Waka was from Chatham Islands or Reku, where the Manukau's came from, and they used to come here as their basket of food and go back home to Chatham Islands, and that's where Waitangi came from, there to Waitangi up north, not the other way around. It didn't come from Waitangi to go over with Waitangi over there, and those Solomons are not real natives. They are not real Moriori natives. They are Pākehā natives, just like the other ones here. The Maoris are all mixed up back to front. That's why they can't get nowhere, because this flipping government has stuffed them up for good, stuffed everybody and put each other against each other. And that's what it amounted to today. We're going to put a sock right through the middle of it and just close your eyes and sign this damn thing. And let's get on with it and move on and use the pound note against the thugs and pirates. 212. So there's Mohi's affidavit. I better read this affidavit out on this hearing tonight so that we're clear on his title to that Awaroa Native Court in Helensville. Mohi Wiremu, affidavit, sworn statement by Mohi Wiremu Timati Manukau, date 15th of September 2006, 2008, or 2006 at 6 p.m. See how long ago we were putting things together? This is for that carving that you'll see in a minute. I, Mohi Wiremu Timati Manukau, date of birth 29th September 1910 AD, make this statement today in front of John Hoani Kakiwano in Otahu, Auckland, and Rita Manukau of Massey as true and correct. That's his daughter. Te Tau, Hapu, and Whānau were brought into the district of Rewiti, O Takanini, and Awaroa, nay Helensville, by my great-grandmother, Tara, who was brought there as a gift to marry my great grandfather, Te Mati Manukau, for the good work he had done for helping the people of Awanui in Northland. He was already married with 2 wives, and because of his mana, he acquired a 3rd wife with a foal. I am the result of his Tarewa Kiwara that makes me the 4th Te Maki Manukau in the direct line of succession of 12 generations of Lefa Manukau, 1750 AD. I was named after my great-great-great-great-grandfather, Te Maki Manukau. Therefore, I consider myself the legitimate right in claim mana whenua over all the areas of land where Lupo of Rewiti Marae, Rohe, Te Tau, his ancestor, and Hu Kawhiru Po, Paora, and Rohe Oraki, and Tuperi, his ancestor. These whānau own the land by concession only and monopoly of the government. They do not own the land by right, but I do. So I consider their whānau hapu to be foreigners, overstayers, caretakers, and slaves. That's monopoly. Ngāti Whātua o Ōrākei Maori Trust Board is illegitimate and should be removed of their position and replaced with our Maori organization, Ngāti Whātua Hapu Trust Board Incorporated, immediately, now that we can prove whakapapa mana whenua to all these lands, areas, rohe. I state here, therefore, is to claim clear title ownership to the land as successor to my 4 paramount chiefs and ancestors, Aprahama Tawanui and his son Hohepa, Ngāpuhi Ngāti Whātua tribe, Kāpuru the giant Aotea tribe, Tamate Kapua and his son Tuhora Matakaka and his son Ihenga Arawa tribe, Te Waikato Wharehere Waikato tribe. My claim is over the areas that these Y claims are seeking as claims which still belongs to me apart from Y121, which is my claim I now hold. I claim these Y claim areas initially until my legal native counsel investigates the balance of the rest of all these claims within the Ngāti Whātua boundary area from Hirakino Harbour, Northland, Manukau Village to Whangaroa Harbour, Raglan, in the south Y106, Y1279, Y1303, Y1312, Y1394, Y1508, Y1046, Y1063, Y1127, Y1128, Y1146. These claims are only in the areas of Kaipara, Helensville, Rewiti, Ōrākei, and Waiuku. I am asking you, the Waitangi Tribunal, to enforce my proof of claim to these areas and what it covers to New Zealand Government Parliament. Then I want all my lands reinstated back to me. I am awaiting the treaty settlements negotiator Mark Burton and his manager, legal policy strategist Rachel Holbrook of the Office of the Treaty Settlements to meet me on Monday 18th of September 2006 to settle these claims in a public hearing, Helensville War Memorial Hall. That's where we had our court hearings there all the time. Te Tau and Tupari is not the right ancestors or mana whenua within the Kaipara, Helensville, Kumu, Ōrākei, Auckland City area regions. The Waiōhua, Y1231 claimants are not the mana whenua for Waiuku, Port Waikato, and are whitu rohe. The marae at Awhitu still belongs to my great-great-grandfather, Te Mati Manukau, but they took his name off it and put theirs on it. It used to be called Manukau Marae. I want my tupana's marae and his mana whenua back now. Will you tell Mark Burton that I want my marae and my lands back here in Orake? I often wonder how Hu Kawharu got his name Kawharu. The uncle who adopted him, his name was Kawharu Paora, Paul. Kawharu Paul, who married a white woman. I had the pleasure of meeting her during her visit to the family home at Rewiti. I often wondered if they could whakapapa to my tupuna Kawharu Dejane. They also proudly announced themselves the whānau of Tupariri and Hapu of Te Tau. From the district of Awanui in Kaitaia, we have reservations about the Y756 claim persons. Naku Noa Mohi Manukau. And me signed Te Mati Manukau, Mohi Manukau, witness John Wanoa Kaki Wanoa, Rita Manukau. So there, that's his statement of that Marae Awaroa Native Magistrate Court land that he says belongs to his tupuna, and we've got all the information, more than what we've got here showing you, stacked up in all my books, you know, of citations and everything. Citation, effective evidence, Saturday 13th of May 2017, Auckland, New Zealand Paramount Chief Mohi Te Mati Manukau. Freemason was sworn to secrecy under the Masonic Freemason Scottish Rite Oath, not to disclose information about his titles to his family, Moriori Hapu, as the president of the chiefs of the tribes of the Confederation of Northern Tribes. 13 chiefs never to disclose the 13 chiefs 1834 flag from King William IV and the Freemason Lodge in Edinburgh, Scotland, Britain, UK, Westminster Parliament. Fortunately, Mohi told me everything about the Masonic Lodge and its organisation and how the Scottish acquired his paramount chief's Manukau Moriori native land customary title, inheritance, information, and spiritual connection to his ancestors recited through karakia, which he practiced as a Ratana Aputoro minister to overshadow his Masonic land title, transfer assistant role as a native land court surveyor, peg marksman. That was his position with his great-great-great-grandfather, employed by his uncle Freemason Lodge Master Judge John Rogan in Helensville Native Court as a Masonic Lodge membership of Paramount Chief Te Mati Manukau IV, legal authority to conduct Admiralty meetings under King William IV British 1834 Native Flag Sovereign Authority jurisdiction, and his 1852 British Constitution before it was changed by New South Wales New Zealand government in 1986. That was Mohi was hitting that off why he formed the Confederation. Mohi created the Confederation of Chiefs Tribes of Aotearoa in 1985 to head off New Zealand Crown changing his 1852 UK Constitution into our 1986 New Zealand Constitution dead illegally. That's what I'm saying in this hearing tonight. Illegal 1986 Constitution. Well, he passed on to me all his knowledge while I was a real estate in real estate in Remuera, Auckland. He and I exchanged Freemason information about his Manukau land titles and Freemason use as a blueprint for all over New Zealand linked to his home country, Reku Chatham Islands. The Manukau, especially, company legally registered in Edinburgh, Scotland, created the Manukau Certificate of Native Land Transfer Deed of Title created in Scotland by Rewharewha Manukau in 1820 to 1830 period. King William IV reigning monarch, sovereign, 1830 to 1837 period set the benchmark precedent of to New Zealand transfer instrument titles from Manukau native land titles to British King William IV titles between 1834 and 1840. The 1834 flag of New Zealand was granted to the 13 chiefs of Manukau Company, British title land at Okiato Native Court in Kororareka, Russell. So that's information enough to say that we have the right to go on that land block at Helensville and recite everything that we're saying here on this court hearing tonight. And Philip Te Awhitu can pick from here what he can say from what he's got on the website, if he can get it from there and hook his mobile phone into a internet somewhere there on the site and look at the documents and all that and pick up quick. So these are just information of who owns the titles and who put them together and which families were chosen by the British, the Wānoa family and the Manukau family outright. That's the end of that lot. The Moai and the Manukau flag. That flag, that's the Confederation flag and not a whakaputanga flag in this business of courts and banks. So there, enough of that. We'll go to, where am I? Where's my papers? I've gone and chucked them out of the way now. 189 married party. Where did I put them? I put them down somewhere and I've lost. What page are we on now? 215. Man, we got to get a move on. 134. 10. 194, 203. So that's 13, 14. Law of both of them. 203, condemn New Zealand. Government. 205, move to Moi Manukau. 212, Moi Manukau. Now that's the end of that one. 15. 213. Have we got to 200? Oh, we're on 215. 219. Go to 219. We'll just flick through these. And then we'll charge on through 219. There's the carving. This is the main 4 tribes of Ngāpuhi that God, that's the Atua, the spirit of Ngāpuhi, leading this with Abrahama Taunui in this supposed to be a whakamininga, but they never got off the ground. And Mohi said, no, they're not ready for it. They're not ready for this. And it's supposed to be a native government, not a Maori government. He didn't have anything to do with Maori government and all of that. And so that's the interpretation of this carving that was found in the Kaipara as our title to the Awaroa native land there. And this here is a memorial to that business. The business end of that flag is right there with this spiritual, that circle, semicircle is Parliament. That's supposed to be the whakamininga in Ngāpuhi, and the atua in the middle of the marae. That's the noa of the one noa, the noa of the LORE, law in the middle. Leave all your radu at the gate. Don't bring your agendas, hidden agendas onto the marae. And those are all the chiefs lined up there around that semicircle from all the hapus around the country. And then you've got all the whānau, which is those pillars, 4 pillars, all those bits going between, joining the hapus up to the chiefs on that there. And Tangaroa is at the bottom. That's that angle going up. All to the right is Tangaroa, the sea god. And the eye at the bottom is Tangaroa of the sea god. And this is the chiefs in the middle there. And that circle on the right is a crown, the British crown coming in to the marae, and the other circle there is the other chiefs all coming in together from all the different rohes and tribes coming there together and then forming from that circle, little circle there, with the British on the right, into the whakamininga circle and semicircle there to form the government that's supposed to have happened way back when Mohi was alive in 1985 and onwards to around about 2008, where we did Cook Street. All of this lot was going flat out with Mohi and me. When we went after Cook Street with his land, he wanted his land back, like how I just read out his affidavit. He wanted his land back to the Moriori in the first place, on the first part of that whakapapa of his Uripuka Waka that came from Chatham Islands to here. So in that direction, the British went straight to Chatham Islands first before they came to New Zealand. They knew they go there first from the Cook Island, then go to the Chatham Islands, then come here, because they knew the Manukau's was over there. See, so that's how that works. And there's this is Tony Manukau signing there on the right bottom. He signed his brother. His brother signed that at the time. And we're having this all in the money they want marae. And well, he forgot to sign it. And anyway, he's got his brother signed it. And there, that's that. That's so you know. So you know what I'm talking about. Of where's your titles to the native land if you've got a Maori covenant? Where's yours to stack beside this lot? So there's something for you to think about in the whakaminia. Where is your memorials to the land? You've got the popos there in the paddock. Those are right. Those are memorials to your tupunas. This is more here to the whole lot of you. See, it's not just him. It's everybody. See, so you've got the god there, Tangaroa, at the bottom. That eye there. That's the atua for all the sea in the Pacific. This is all the sea in the Pacific Islands and the Polynesians here around Chatham Islands and all the rest. But that's the way Mohi put it in that carving. That was hidden away from the British getting hold of it and destroying it. So it was all the canoes, all the wakas were buried in the sea and to hide them away from enemy pinching and destroying them. So this one was saved and just as well it was found to stitch him to that land block in Kaipara. And this is what I'm putting in this court tonight, to claim that that land with all these memorials, native, the same will be in Ireland. They'll have their memorial to the land, so they'll do the same as us in Ireland and then use our court here over there and practice using the British law and try to recover the military back to Britain and kick those thugs out of Parliament like what we're doing here in New Zealand. Bowl them all out of the way with the flag and the pound note. There, those two instruments are very powerful right here. So now we go to 220, the next page. What have we got there? Confederation of Chiefs. There's what me and Mohi put together to claim the whole of New Zealand. Now, I had to blow it right up to read about it. So we spent hours putting this all together of a native title in our own way of putting it and all the links to this and that and everything. I won't go over that, but just to show you, that's our country title back of a native land title that Mohi and I put together laboriously over a long period of time of writing this and that and reciting everything that he's telling me to interpret what he's saying and writing everything for him. So that was like a scribe to put titles on things according to the Freemasons' way of doing it. And this is to the Freemasons. This is our title to the whole of New Zealand in one page. I always like to jam all the information on one page and fill it right up. You'll see my documents go right to the edge. And when you bind it up, there's not much room for the left. Lawyers like spaces on the left and right so they can write. And no, there's no space for lawyers in this documents. There's no space for any lawyers on my documents. It's full right to the top, right to the edge. So that's the way I think and put things together. So we're on page 43. Read the letter out on the police. It's the police case next. So they're getting close to being on trial on the second count of a notice that they haven't responded, and it's getting up in days now. They haven't responded. Even a short sentence to say, John, we acknowledge what you're giving us, and we'll do something about it or not. Nothing. Absolutely zero. So there, caught out the page there. That's the website that you go to the Governor General, and it's got page cannot be found. When you click onto their Governor General page, nothing. It's starting to disappear like thin air, like where they came from, thin air. If you go to their government website, page not found. That's all you get. So what does that tell you? What does that really tell you of what they're doing in there? There's there's no credence to what they're doing there for us when they got pages like this that can't be found. They can't be found because they're shifting the goalposts all the time. So there, 232 next. We go to page, there's some videos you can watch of them and their mischievousness. This is the police complaints that they haven't answered to. So that's on trial again tonight against the police not responding. So they're on trial tonight as being complicit in supporting the corporations and not us. It's just showing you. It's just showing everybody in the world what they are there for and what we have to do to contract somebody else if they don't reply and respond to us. 232, is it 232? King's Bench Court, the police commissioner. This is the letter. I won't read the letter. I'll just skim over it. But this is my identification of who I am and my credentials of being capable as a businessman in good health, reasonable health, to conduct a business this size and scope. So there, I'm out of a mental state that they put me into, and that's another case against all those people in the hospital that you know about, Andy. That all those people's names are there. They put their names in the court that went up against me to make sure I was going to be dead and no longer be around on this earth, and managed to get out of it thanks to my brother, Willie, for coming to save me out of the hospital and put me under his tikanga of his authority on our marae in Te Araroa. And I give him that much. I'm thankful for him to save me. Otherwise, I would have been still drugged up like hell and getting worse by the day. And they still jabbed me when I was down the East Coast for a long time after that. So that sucked out up to 3 years of uselessness to do anything. And that's when Lady Crown came along and used my documents to try and get it through the government, but that didn't get anywhere. So now I'm back with my documents again to go with them and do something mysteriously or some miracle with them to fix the problems up. That I'm qualified as a mechanic to fix problems up of any magnitude. That problem solving is not a problem for me. So that's my qualification as a qualified mechanic to problem solve and problem fix. So there, carry on, roll on. All you'll see here is my background in the industries I've been in, just to clear up who I am and the coat of arms from Ireland of my two families there, the Rogans and the Cosgrove lawyers. Australia was a Cosgrove. He was a Governor General in Australia, that Cosgrove guy. And so he looks like me and a bit of resemblance, but I've never got an answer from them, see? So they are ignorant to talk to me. No one wanted to talk to me. And so that's okay. I don't need to talk to anybody. I just carry on. Just like David Straits said, he don't say anything. That's what he said. Don't say anything. So there I am in real estate to know what to do about real estate and fly planes. And that's not a problem either. So there, if I want to get around quick from one place to the other, that's what I'll be doing. I'll be getting a helicopter to get around quick around the country and have business meetings and anything like that. I like flying, and diving, scuba diving, but I don't know about that one. But certainly we'll get up to enough health to fly again. And there's the gas certificate there, just the one before that, Andy. That's for gas conversions and vehicles there. So that's why I'm so passionate about gas, hydrogen economy with that certificate and the alternative fuels. That one there, I've got a ticket in gas conversions and anything to do with hydrogen and all the rest with Kevin Rias from Tauranga. He'll be looking after the tidal turbines and the hydrogen economy, and instead of me, because he's a Viking. He's a Viking, but born here. And there's my certificate for stretch limousine, for building them and for running a limousine company. Back then, a 12-seater that was longer than a Lincoln at then, but now they got long ones that don't look nice. I don't like the limousines now. They don't look like real limousines. So there, that's a bit of me. And then we're back to the Pope again. And the gold, there, that gold dragon against the red dragons of the Rothschilds and all those families up there in England, Britain, UK. You've got that God's earth dragon up against you. So there, I've just run through the accounts of Pope Francis again, but I won't say anything, just go straight past those. And so they're there, really marked out this time. I've said them before, but these are real marked out. So these are up against the government on the 28th. You've got all this stacked up against you. You've got everything stacked up and thrown at you. And there's nothing you can do about it. And even the whakamininga can't go this far. The whakamininga can't do this. You have to do this in your own court and not in the government's courts, because you'll get caught up even in the World Court. You're caught up with all those WEF. They'll say, no, sorry, you go to the United Nations and sort your problems out there. Don't come here, because we can't see you on the list here as being a title holder. So there, that's all they'll say. Where's your title? They'll ask questions, and you have to expect to answer them. Don't come and get a native title and borrow it from here and think you're going to go and do it for free. No, it's got a big tag price on it. And if you do something wrong with that flag, you'll get a pound note. You already got a pound note on your head anyway. So there, we can't get that one off your head that quick and try and sign these documents to try and get yourself out of it. No, you're in there because you broke these laws of this court job and Alfred Mitchell and all those other ones that tried to get rid of me and make me get into trouble and punch Alfred so that I end up in trouble. See, it's gone against you. And I'll never forget that. I'll never forget what you fellas did to me and your incorporations did to me. There are good incorporations and there are bad incorporations amongst Maori. You've got a problem, Maoris. You have a big problem with Jacinda Ardern's Maoris and your Maoris to try and bring them all together. And that's what I'm trying to do, bring everybody together, not just a hapu here and a hapu there and a whakamininga here. And without the rest of New Zealand, that's occupying the land. You can't get them off because of international law. You can't remove anybody off the land without instruments. So that's the problem I have with everybody. I have a big problem about that. 232, Andy. What are we on? What are we on? We're going to get to the 300 yet. We're on 250. That's good. 16, 17. We should be on 241. 241 just go there anyway, because I saw something. Pope Francis multi-appropriate seize Cook Street. 240. Oh, that's all that meant, to seize Cook Street with this. Now carry on. I just wrote something there, and I haven't got time to go over any more of that. Go to 242. Oh, we should go straight past 242 and go straight to 250. 250. Is that 250? No. 250. I just want to point some bits out, that's all. What's this one? Is that 250?
250, John, this one.
PDF file, affidavit of the government on the website, police corruption. Carry on down the bottom of it. I think there might be something at the bottom of 2 Confederation chiefs flags. 2 flags flying. That was the problem there. 2 flags flying. So we'll skip over that. So that's where I wanted to point out why there are 2 flags flying, one for the Whakaminenga and one for the Confederation. One's got the money and one's got nothing. So there, we've gone past 250 to 261. 261. 261. What's 261 say? 260 is this 261?
Yeah.
Agenda. Oh, this is I won't talk anymore because it's you must read what I wanted to talk about in this Zoom hearing on again tonight from the 1st of October. So please file, and Prime Minister, ANZ Bank, check to see if they have pound notes still in there. We don't need to do this. We don't need to, but for you to read or hear there. 5, Declaration of Independence Day, 28th of October, King William IV flag, and Confederation of Independence and Chiefs of Kororareka Russell celebration flag, Mikey Hill, 5 a.m. in the morning. Governor General visiting Kororareka Marae at Kaputatai Hapu and local community. What reason? So you might skip on through to 262. These are the seals. That what all these seals we're using on our documents mean. I won't say anything. It's just for you to read. So I've got an explanation for each of the seals. So just roll past them, Andy. We won't bother reading them because I want to get through it. That's the Moai seal. It's got water in it, water board for all the water in the world to claim all the water back with the water money and the tidal turbine, hydrogen economy and the water power of the sea. So that's a seal for the gold dragon, for the missing gold and seizing all that back. And there's the Great Seal of Britain. King William III's got one, and King William IV, that's his one. So that's what that means. And this is what this Admiralty flag means here. So there we got meaning for everything around these documents, seals against this government here and their fancy picture on the wall that means nothing against all these seals you're seeing here and what they mean. And there's the Parliament there where we get our authority from the House of Lords and not the Parliament, from the House of Lords. And there's some meaning with the Moai statue on the flag to claim the flag to the Pacific. There's a Moai statue and that flag, the red part of that flag is the marae colours, the colour, dark red. And there's that one for the Supreme Court. There's Moai and the tidal turbines in the Pacific Islands. 60 of those bridges in right throughout the Pacific Ocean as economy for the Pacific people, Polynesian people. That's your economy. With this, where British say, where are you going to put the money? And that's where it's going. And all them bridges where the planes, hydrogen-powered planes, land on and take off. And the military can hop from one to the other, get around the world for next to nothing. So there's the meaning agenda, or there's some more agenda, but carry on. That's some more of this agenda, what I wanted to talk to tonight. I'll put them all together. So there's plenty there of what we're talking about in this court. It's a whole heap of things, 12 things there of what this court is talking about for you to have a look and learn how this court runs for Ireland and all the other countries following us in the lead. So that's 267. We're getting there. 267, got a few pages left. 267. Well, carry on to 270 to go to 19. We should be on 278. 274. 274. Court case against the Waitangi National Trust Board. Yeah. 274 onwards. So this is the Waitangi National Trust on trial again tonight as a second strike. And all those people there, their names are there. on trial with £1 trillion on their head each. And there's nothing they can do about getting out of it. So there, that's and just go down a bit more. There's all their names there. I won't say the names because we'll skip past. And their names appear with their photos against the Waitangi Tribunal for putting all these false forfeiture, forgery, and counterfeiting of documents. Consists of criminal organisation. Court against these named Crown agents, private corporation trustees, found guilty as charged with Great Britain £1 trillion note debt instrument on their heads, as Pope Francis Potapropria states clearly that all corporations and trusts are destroyed and those running them liable for prosecution, and no immunity to any named, photograph, identified criminal here listed in this native magistrate King's Bench Court Bank hearing. Waitangi National Trust Board consists of criminal organisation of New Zealand lawless government. They got no laws. Private corporation as liable criminal prosecuted in this British law court. So we're practicing British law in this court tonight and always, and they are found guilty and prosecuted and charged and fined. So there I'll say their name. Peter Tipene, a member of the family of the Mahi Kawati chair. He's the first one with £1 trillion on his head for running this business as associates to Jacinda Ardern's government, corporation of themselves. Tania Simpson, a member of the family of Palmer, you see, deputy chair. So there, those two. Then Ngā Wai Hono, I Te Pō Paki, a representative of the Maori people. See, there's the Maori people living in the North Island, south of the city of Auckland. So there, that's from the Tainui area, the king, daughter, I think. 4, Dame Claudia Orange, a person prominent in the life and country as a statesman. She wrote all the stories up, and she tried to go and get the money out of the trust and got away with 14 million, but that's all she got, and the rest she couldn't get. So she was not a native. That's the problem with them. 5, Dennis McBearty, a representative of Pākehā residents of the Bay of Islands district. See, so they got themselves lined up. I don't see too many Maoris in there or too many natives in there. Only Maoris. Honourable Kate Wilkinson, a representative of the people, Pākehā and Maori living in South Island. So there, they've got the South Island covered. Then you've got Honourable Penny Henderson, a representative of the Maori people living in North Auckland Peninsula. He's the Minister of the Armed Forces. See, so they've got him tied up with the armed forces, and he won't answer my letters to help us before. And so he's ignorant of us and a traditional native title, and it'll bite him with the flag. Jane Fletcher, 8, she's the 8th one, a member of the family of the late Archdeacon Henry Williams. So they're all there as Maori. Mita Harris, a member of the family of the Tamati Wakanene. Unfortunately, he's gone on that side because that's the way they run their business. So he cops it, and on the Wakanene side. So there, he's on that Queen's Bench Court side. Now they're confused as to a King's Bench Court under King Charles, when Charles is not even a flipping king yet. And haven't put his hand on a scone in Scotland to swear his oath to the crown that he'll never do that, because I can tell his mother never did that. She had a coronation that wasn't real. She didn't put her hand in the right place, and plenty of people know about that one. Wirimu Puriri, a member of the family of Hone Heke. So there, he's another one, complicit with Jacinda Ardern and Cindy Kiro. Hugh Cotterill, a representative of the family of the late James Busby. So there, the majority of people are Europeans in that that trust. Willow Jean Prime, appointed by the Prime Minister to represent the government. See, so they got a majority of white-faced people in there. Dr. Shane Retty appointed the leader of the opposition following consultation with the leader of each party that is not in government or in coalition with the government. So you've got lawyers in here amongst this lot, and they can't do anything about what I'm doing because I'm acting like a lawyer with the right British laws that they don't follow law. These lawyers don't follow law, only legislation. David Dunsheath, a representative of the family of the late Edward Gibbon Wakefield. So that's him. There's his title there, Public Service Commission. So he's got a prominent position there in that Waitangi National Trust Board that gets the £1 trillion on their head each in this court tonight, and the pound note will be cashed up against you back into the hands of the native people of New Zealand and the world for that matter, because we're splitting it all up down the middle in Britain, and those people in Britain, our partners. And that's where I set up the bank, my powerhouse bank in Britain, in Westminster City, with Andy and all the rest of them there, a new lot of people, because we don't know who was left out of the old lot. And David Ellison is one that was there all along and financed me at the airport and waited for hours and hours and hours. And 14 hours I was held up at the airport, and then they had to pay for all the fees for the parking and then go home because they wouldn't let me in the country because of the Queen and what these trolls had made big cockable stories about me being there as a threat on the Queen when I wouldn't even hurt a fly. And they're going to replace her as the head of the trust, and still there's no head of our trust there. To what I want to go with the President Duterte of the Philippines to sort out that lot, and with the King of Spain to sort out that part with Ernest Augustus V will have a part of that part in Spain on his title there to the trust that's still alive. So there we go. The Confederation chief's 20 legal instruments inside this King William IV flag. So there's a description of, I won't say them, of 20 legal instruments that nobody ever thought about, of how powerful that flag is, that this government read it and said, oh, shucks, we'll take this because that's really what it's saying. And we checked up with Britain, and yes, that's right. That's what it's saying. So we'll go and own it because nobody else is doing it. And we're in a position, because we're running the government for these silly people in New Zealand, that gives us consent all the time. And so we're going to just go with it ourselves and forget about everybody and not thank John at all. We're just going to use it until he catches us and puts a big dick pound note on their head and take the whole lot off them with these instruments in the flag. So that's more going for anything about the power of that flag we're using in this court tonight and all our court hearings. This is number 24 court hearing on Zoom in front of the whole world witnessing what I'm saying here is real, that this 1840 Queen Victoria Trust and Birth Certificate Security Bonds Trust, the chiefs of the Confederation once audited, settled, wound up, and bankrupted in 2022. The sooner, the better that we put our own physical pound note and digital currency together with the value of humans, thugs and pirates as equity and as collateral against their properties and their birth certificate, and whop the pound note right on their head, £1 trillion on each one's head, and then the balance this little crown here pays, and then the big crown in Prince Charles can pay the balance of that £1 trillion note on each one's head. 13,000 police trillion pounds on each of the head. I warned them on Cook Street that if they interfered, I would put £1 trillion on each of the head and a penalty for every day that they didn't settle with me doing my work as a native assessor and a debt collector and everything I'm saying I am. So there, they've got that with the police to worry about. And that's the only way to dismantle their crown and their corporate system is to go bang with the big notes. And the bigger they are, the better they fall, the harder they fall. So there's somewhere the Confederation of Chiefs sovereign nation flag of New Zealand is still a live contract with King William IV, British Crown and Queen's Crown Corporation's business partnership contract. So that's another one. There's plenty of them. There's plenty for you to see on the 28th of October 2022, just how much we're saying what the flag is in our business and this court tonight. So there, I won't say anything. I won't think because we'll move on. We've got a bit more to do, and we've got a few more pages. We're on page 19, so we're just about there. Page 19. Yeah. So there's that. I already said that before. There's the flag and its 8-point star that those monarchs are wearing, and they've got their own 8-point star, but they still cover it over as if they have the right to the 8-point star of St. Patrick. They don't wear the St. Patrick flag, but they've got their own bloodlines 8-point star to smother over our 8-point star St. Patrick. That one there. It's not wakas. It's definitely not wakas in a king's eyes. A king wouldn't say, go and build me a waka and sail around the seas and the oceans with your waka and do trade. No, he didn't say that. He didn't say to use your waka to trade and put containers on your waka and sailing around the ocean to make money. No, it was made for money, that flag. Silly. I don't know the mentality of it. It should have gone to a mechanics school and learned some basic ideas and what how to interpret things if you want to go in business. And I've been in business before, so I've had my go at it and come out all right out of what I did and learned some more things. So it's all about learning and learning and learning. So there, what's that? What's that? 287. We're getting close. So there's the lyre, little lyre again, and instrument, the note again on their head, and this will be the third strike for them. So they're really out. So that makes everybody out. One fraud equals all the fraud out of one place that gives authority to themselves, and so they take everybody down with them. There's the 970. You see 2 bars on it? Should be 2 bars on it. They might go past. Keep going. We should be on 274. What's that one? What's that page? No. That's 289. Okay, we've gone past that one. We've gone past that one. 144, 162. I thought, well, we can just keep rolling on, and I'll just stop you where I think. Trustees. Oh, these are the nasty parts here. Stop here. Stop right here. So here, go back a bit. Go back a bit. Trustees. I've got to read this one out because that's to do with Awaroa in Ngāti Whātua in Helensville, Kaipara. This is a notice to you native drivers and your Ngāti Whātua Runanga Trust Board that you are on trial tonight, found guilty as charged as complicit with Jacinda Ardern and Cindy Kiro, and your private corporations are all liable and not immune from prosecution in this court. And you've got this pound note, this 970 million trillion pound note on your head with all the big leaders in this corporation that's staring at us and we're staring at you. So there, you're on trial because you were fighting with your people against me and Mohi Manukau in Helensville and tried to shut us down. That's what you did. Now it's our turn to shut you down and your corporate thuggery business with the wrong kawharu. You've got a fake Hugh Kawharu title on Kaipara and Auckland and One Tree Hill. You stole the whole of the Manukau title because we couldn't get our treaty claim through, and the Crest Energy, the tidal turbine energy project in the Kaipara that me and Mohi Manukau put together, and everybody wanted that, not your little pretty little windmill under the water. And they wanted what we had, and it's all there on my side. And one day soon, it will happen. And as sure as Mohi and I put together with the Freemasons and their titles, and you haven't got a title like this one. So there, you haven't got any proof. If you want to refute what I'm saying, you've got from now to the 25th of October, before the 28th, when we're coming up to Helensville with all these titles, and you're getting on notice tonight, you're on notice tonight, and you'll get these in the email, or you already got them in the email after this, with the videos, the 2 videos, and this Facebook video I've got, and these YouTube videos and lives against you, because you're the biggest perpetrator that's led this whole country down the gurgler. You and all your trustees and Mohi Manukau's land that he wanted back in Auckland and the Kaipara, you went against us with your own contemporary history of your professors and Hugh Kawharu professor against a traditional original Moriori title of Manukau and Utatonga. You wiped us out. Now we're going to wipe you out off the land, and no more. No more on the 28th when Ngāpuhi, you're up there in Ngāpuhi, but then the government put Ngāpuhi against Ngāpuhi. You see? So there, that's something that you have to face in this court tonight with me. I've got my own way of doing courts now, after all the time going through your courts and your tribunals and all those things to fight with Mohi, and didn't get anywhere. Now we've got all the chance in the world with the titles. The British are looking at you and looking at me as Mohi's legacy of his native court titles in Helensville, in Awaroa Native Magistrate Court, that we're going to have a celebration for Mohi and the Rogan judges and surveyors that put the land titles that got you onto the land in the first place, idiot. So there, that's what I say about you people over there, running amok as Maori myths of whakapapa, back to front, horse behind the cart, right? Horse behind, not horse in front, horse in the back of the cart. That's what Mohi Manukau said to me. The cart before the horse. That's you fellas. Okay, so there, we're going to read this out. Take notice, you are served of trustees of Ngāti Whātua Runanga and Native Gravage. Take notice, you are served this default contract notice with your private corporation partner, Governor General Cynthia Asselon Kilo, and Prime Minister Jacinda Janet Laurel Ardern, who failed to respond to our 23 video affidavits and 23 legal document affidavits of administering a world foreign government criminal organization with WEF, World Economic Forum, NWO, New World Order, EU, European Union, United Nations, UN, threat of New Zealand takeover. This debt instrument on your head. You're wanting to take over the whole country in a co-government with Maori and Jacinda Ardern, Pākehā. And you're Maori with more Pākehā looking in your face to dupe the people of New Zealand. That's what you did, and your trustees in this country dupe the whole lot of native-born New Zealanders. And I'm here for all those people who can't stick up for themselves and fight against you lot of pirates on the high seas that you are using and abusing our flag in your government business and waving it around all over the place and as if you own the damn thing. And you're not going to raise that flag on your whakaputanga and your Maori government crown in Wellington and claim this Manukau Moriori title to Britain. UK, you've got no connection to the British Crown system of kings to king to king to king in that flag that you don't know nothing about. The connections, you have no line of history, no connections, no documents, no nothing. Absolutely thin air in your makeup of where you are running rampant with the rest of the corporations in this country, that the whole place is the same around the world. And this is the guinea pig. You're trying to make all the people in New Zealand guinea pigs and use our flag after all this time and make guinea pigs for the rest of the world. So there, one. Oh, web. Runanga, that's your website there. If people want to go and have a look at you and the photos of you. Foreign government, criminal organisation, Native Glovers, you share this green pound note, check instrument, 917 million trillion. We can cash up against all of you after the 28th of October 2022 in this court. 1. Rangimaria Native Glovers prosecuted guilty by association, fined as a ringleader of this historic hijacking of the Manukau Kafu real title, Whakapapa and Confederation of Chiefs British Native Land title flag of King William IV jurisdiction and legal authority of the original Awaroa Native Magistrate King's Bench Court, Bank Court of 24 Commercial Street, Certificate of Title, 10-acre block, First Awaroa Bank of New Zealand, to be formed by Mohi Manukau, 4th Freemason, 50 years, and his Rogan judge of this Awaroa Native Magistrate Court that was not Maori from 1820 to 1949, myth, fake, that I carry Mohi Manukau's British King William IV flag, native land title to that piece of land that's there on that 10-acre block cut up by this court and into smaller blocks from the big block. 2. Alan P. Vac, prosecuted guilty, convicted by association, fined 1 trillion. So, Native Glovers, you get the 970 million trillion on your head for all your trouble against Mohi Manukau and his outright title. 3. George Nathan Patuawa, prosecuted guilty, convicted by association, fined £1 trillion. So there, that's me in the pound note that Jamie put together. Jamie Patrick. 4. Lillian Patuawa, prosecuted guilty, convicted again, association, by association, fined £1 trillion. So all get £1 trillion on your head. 5. John Alexander Marsden, prosecuted guilty, convicted by association, fined £1 trillion. That's Moai pounds, because the British pound is going out of fashion, so it's got no value before long. They're going to shut it down and try and go over to digital, control digital currency. So we'll have our own physical pound note carrying on in digital without you interfering with our contract flag and us. 6. John Rahui, prosecuted guilty, convicted by association, fined £1 trillion. Pat Napier, prosecuted guilty, convicted by association, fined £1 trillion. 8. Virginia Warana, prosecuted guilty, convicted by association, fined £1 trillion. I'm real, people. Richard Nahi, prosecuted guilty by association, fined £1 trillion. Deborah Nathan, prosecuted guilty, convicted by association, fined £1 trillion. Anahira Morihu, prosecuted guilty, convicted by association, fined £1 trillion. Notice to the agent is notice to the principal trustees of Ngāti Whātua Maori Trust Board. Take notice today, Saturday 15th October 2022, that you are forbidden from tampering with our British given Confederation of Native Chiefs King William IV 8-point star contract flag with a black seal of military protection around the small red cross to keep corporate snakes out of our British corporation business. We own, as native surname, chief's descendants, and King William IV did not give this flag you call a whakaputanga flag to white Maori, which was not a tribe in 1823 King George IV, and Indigenous Paramount Chief Te Waikato Wharehiri in Manukau, native land title to New Zealand country, sale and purchase contract in Awaroa Native Magistrate Court Bank in Helensville, Origins. I claimed as executor for Mohi Tamati Manukau corporate business land title successor of the land title information I advertised over the years that your iwi has not refuted, so makes the law of this land over you, trustees. And again, King William IV 1834 flag contract with the native chiefs of Ngāpui at Kororareka in the Okiato Native Magistrate Court, with King William IV flag, founding of New Zealand as a sovereign nation country of its own chiefs and people of the land, and nothing to do with Maori. That's not found in British titles. You are photographed as complicit in the fraud New Zealand government and parliament, foreign government, private corporation, racketeering business for your own financial investment, economic banking, land title, New Zealand Crown Corporation's interests, and not the interests of the Confederation of individual chiefs and population of New Zealand financial investment interests. So you are aiding and abetting the criminal organization of this government. All these 187 years, you have assisted the New Zealand Navy and government to usurp our Confederation of Chiefs King William IV flag and its King commercial contract. We cut you off all our British native land titles. Now you've forged into your white skinned Pākehā Hapu tribe to make out you are Maori with the corporate Maori crown in Parliament, going against the native people of this country. We now sever your ties to the native land, and you must read the snapshots that I have posted in the bound up 356-page writ warrant native land title, deeds, and decree affidavits of truth, my Crown Law, L-O-R-E, and King William IV Man's Law, L-A-W, of Admiralty, that this court forces on you today, before the 28th of October 2022, you are served this final notice to stop using the fake Maori whakaputanga flag as your jurisdiction as third party and fourth party Treaty of Waitangi Maori claims to a mere 1% of what you white-skinned Pākehā have stolen off the native peoples of these lands. You have no traditional title registered in Britain with a Maori tribe. Existence is just an illusion, myth, tribe you invented to steal the land, and we have caught you all out, defrauding the sovereign chiefs of their native lands and robbed the rest of the native born people of New Zealand. And now it's for you to refute what I'm saying in this legal, legitimate King's Bench Magistrate Court Bank, federal, state, sovereign, republic, flag, corporate business you are facing in this court hearing on Saturday, 15th of October 2022 at 7 p.m. New Zealand time on Zoom ID and passcode. Here, Andrew Devine is inviting you to a scheduled Zoom meeting. Topic: Confederation of United Tribes of New Zealand and the world, supposed to be, not New Zealand. That's Maori saying that. The Confederation of United Tribes of New Zealand is not in the native court, but Andy put it there as meant to be New Zealand and the world. Flag, jurisdiction. 24, this is number 24 native King's Bench Court hearing, time 15th October 2022, 9 a.m. Athens, Zoom meeting. And there's the Zoom meeting to get on and the ID and the passcode that we always advertise for people coming into the court. But you have no say because you have no information up against the court. If you get it wrong, you'll get a pound note dropped on your head like Alfred Mitchell got a pound note dropped on his head for changing his mind, saying one thing and then changing his mind and say, oh no, it's all rubbish. And now he's left with a fake queen and a Maori chief on his seal, on his incorporation, that's a problem. So you can't defend yourself on Saturday night, 7 p.m. to suffer the consequences of this native court charged you £1 trillion notes each for your part in the government scam for business. You are complicit in these criminal organizations that are in over 356-page written law affidavits in 23 separate online downloadable color pages and 23 affidavit videos that have not been refuted became law of contract and contracts of our law of this court over you and the New Zealand Crown agents, as Pope Francis said in his most appropriate letter, that you all, Governor General Cindy Cure and Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, are not immune from prosecution in this British-based King's Bench Magistrate Court. To find you, what the court decides cannot be contested within the King's Emperor seals surrounding these documents of the court today. And from now on, extant forevermore, like the flag is extant forevermore, under our Confederation of Individual Chiefs flag ownership over your Maori Crown State whakaputanga flag is condemned on these native indigenous individual chiefs' native lands and screen prints. I have cut out at the back of the book. I've seen you of the Pākehā white man professor's own words. I separated from the British Queen Victoria and King William IV writings about native indigenous aborigines, sovereigns over their lands, as proof there was no Maori at the years of 1769, 1825, 1835, and 1834 and 1835. No Maori land court until 1949, only native land courts. So you are caught up in the scam business with shutting down with our King's flag jurisdiction and legal authority. You are surrounded by these King's Empress crown seals over the 10-acre 24 Commercial Street land block in Helensville, Awaroa Native Magistrate, King's Bench Bank Court title, and Native Court Sheriff on the Confederation of Chiefs land there, Philip Te Awhitu, with 18-page documents to hold in his hand and read out with anybody that comes there. But I'm going to send this to the police, and I'm writing to you today as President of the Confederation of Individual Chiefs and Public of New Zealand today. New Zealand interest that we will forbid you from claiming the Maori whakaputanga flag. This is the government I'm talking about, with the Governor General and the Waitangi Tribunal, and with the Governor General Cindy Cure and the marae, your marae in Helensville, when she visits Russell and or Awaroa, Helensville, 24 Commercial Street, Friday, 28th of October 2020, to try and steal our Confederation of Chiefs King William IV flag contract, land ownership in Helensville, and Russell ownership land Sea Admiralty flag that legally belongs to the native indigenous Aboriginal chiefs of Dutch New Zealand, as Queen Victoria has stated in the Waitangi Tribunal statements of 1840 Treaty of Waitangi claims, and snapshots are posted and have £1 trillion note debtor instrument on each of their heads in the Court New Zealand Crown page balance. So there, that's that with Jamie there, Patrick, with the Patrick 8-point star to her surname, and that's why she's there and fashioned these pound notes with me. And she takes her position when she's free and got people to look after her kids, that she can go back to work and join us at a later stage when things get off the ground. She can take her Irish ancestry position with that 8-point star with her name Patrick, and on it as a connection to Ireland and my connection to Ireland, and with the Rogan and the Cosgrove to go with it. That's why we were going there for, to see those people and their families there. So there, I can say that much. Posed as part of Waitangi tribal writing, I show the people of New Zealand and the world watching how you defrauded the public of New Zealand, altering British native word land title deeds with the word Maori for Maori Hapu, who claimed the same whakaputanga flag the same way as you are claiming to, is illegal tampering of our 1831-1834 Confederation of individual named chiefs, sovereigns of their lands, as I have screen printed in this native land title claim bound up book that are registered by courier post today to make sure it got to Jacinda and Cindy, served the decree writ warrant notice to cease and desist from claiming our 8-point star of St. Patrick Church Municipal Corporation's Contract Act flag to King William III, King George IV, and King William IV, where I get my truth, corporate legal authority and jurisdiction from, to ownership of this Confederation of Chiefs flag, sovereign nation of New Zealand, jurisdiction over your jurisdiction. I have clearly explained to the world in 23 videos and 24 tonight. Affidavits of our live bodies, lips moving native magistrate King's Bench Court hearings, and 23, 24 now, legal native title documents, those books that I've got here, and more to come. 7 altogether to sign up at Kororareka with chiefs, and so that's ready to go to Westminster Parliament and the House of Lords to own up to who we are as natives of the contract with the flag, going that way, not the United Nations way where they stole all our money and everything there and dishing it out as if they owned the flipping thing. No, not really. And I am Patrick. Magistrate King's Bench Court hearings and 23 legal native title documents and British Crown laws we use and legislation of England, Wales, Ireland, Scotland, the Freemasons Memorials Land Survey Instruments in Edinburgh, Scotland, and 8-point star money corporation of St. Patrick in Northern Ireland, and my Rogan and Cosgrove coat of arms there in Downpatrick, I claim to the 4 corners of the globe on our Confederation flag. That's what I'm claiming on the flag of New Zealand, Britain, Federal State Republic Government Partnership. So co-government with Britain as our best option, with Britain, UK against your New Zealand UN foreign private government corporation, new abhorrent name called Aotearoa, linked to the United Nations, where you are attempting to take our flag as your Maori whakaputanga flag, stolen from the Ngāpuhi Hapu. When they see this exposed, they will react to your treason, daylight robbery of their Confederation flag as Maori being dumbed down. Again, after your fraud 1840 Treaty of Waitangi scam, now this Confederation of Chiefs flag is a Britain-given authority over your United Nations Aotearoa name, Dutch New Zealand, conflict of interest. The public doesn't know this about your uncertainty and vague representation of your own ambiguous writing. So that word ambiguous is in the Waitangi writings, making against public interests of what they want and not what you force on them away from their original title, Dutch Emperors, Kings of Britain, Great Seal, who created this country that got you onto the land in the first place. So I'm telling you to stop usurping our contract flag right now and stay with your own 5-point star Union Jack Sea flag and leave our flag alone. Now we caught you red-handed and stopped your Governor General Cindy Kira from wearing our 8-point star St. Patrick Protestant Church symbol of wealth money on her chest and handed back to us. Now we want you iwi trustees off our lands and removed from governing our country under your own sovereign government controls to take over our flag and country. I warn you, Ngāti Whātua, corrupt, fraud, iwi Maori trustees and Prime Minister enough times, and you failed the people and now must pay the consequences of your ignorance of our King William IV commercial contract at Okiato Native Magistrate Court in Kororareka in 1831 and 1834, with a small handful of 13 native surname chiefs and King William IV contract sealed in Westminster Parliament extant for evermore cannot be changed of the Dutch founding nation of New Zealand as what we, the Confederation of Chiefs of Tribes of New Zealand, want it kept as Aotearoa New Zealand until we want to change it. Not you and your Maori corporations who don't have the original native surname, British land titles to New Zealand country. We forbid you from illegally name changing with your corporation foreign government interests, namely WEF, World Economic Forum, United Nations, World Health Organization, New World Order, EU, USA, American takeover. You are connected to as a criminal organization that Pope Francis said in his letter Motu Proprio, that you and your crown agents are not immune from prosecution in our Maui Awaroa Native Magistrate King's Bench Court of adequate laws we use to combat criminal organizations. I accuse you of administering with your government for your own self-interest and not the public interests of New Zealand citizens or individual people who are sovereigns as of right to decide for themselves what's best for them. And I'm saying here the same thing is what we, the people, decide what's best for us. In my letter to you today, locked you in a defaulted pound note debt instrument contract to me and the Confederation of Chiefs to be drawn on 28th of October 2022, legally law ruler. So there, we're going to use that pound note after the date and put it on them as collateral in this court tonight and cash it in back to our Moai Crown King William IV Trust account and the Ngā Atua Ewa Aotearoa Limited New Zealand share company for all the native born people in New Zealand. It goes from Britain into that account, and the bank that's Cecile Hood has set up as the administrator of that business here for you, all you people in New Zealand. I, John Wano, will be at Kororareka in Russell Bay Islands at the Okiato Native Magistrate King's Bench Court hearing on Friday, the 28th of October 2022, with the Admiral Gregory Cook and Staff Sergeant Tania Ramaka in mobile phone contact with you, Philip Te Awhitu, at Awaroa Native Magistrate Court, head of the Native Court Flag Jurisdiction over the native land in Helensville, leading the Confederation of Chiefs Native Land Title Flag Ownership Memorial Title Celebrations Honour to Paramount Chief Mohi Te Mati Manukau IV of 12 Stewart Street, Helensville, son of Mohi Te Mati Manukau, Ricky Manukau. If you go and see him and tell him to come on the land block with you as the native indigenous surname chief of Rewharewha Manukau and Te Waikato Wharehere Manukau to that land block as you and he are the direct bloodline descendants to Kawhiri, the giant of Waikato, Rewharewha Manukau, Paramount Chief of Waikato, and Auckland Rafidi 6 Maori land block in Bay of Islands, where he is buried, where Mohi took me to film him at the graveside nearest the gate into the Urupa. They chopped his name short to Refa on the stone that the chiefs in Waikato and Russell are signing the native land title deeds to both chiefs with Gregory Cook and Ngāpuhi. You, the first one to sign for the return of New Zealand country title to Paramount Chief Te Waikato Wharehere Manukau of his Punga Punga Marae at the base of his battleground Mangatotui Mountain Pass site, registered with the British Crown and Scotland Edinburgh Magistrate Court, King George IV, and Glasgow, Scotland, Queen Victoria Native Title Chief of Kororareka, Russell Bay Islands with Rewharewha Manukau to confirm Friday, 28th of October 2022, today, Saturday, 28th of October, Okiato Native Magistrate Court, Kororareka, and Awaroa Native Magistrate Court at 24 Commercial Street, Helensville. I will officiate both courthouse bank proclamation declaration of British Royal Navy flag and King William IV Confederation of Chiefs contract flag celebrations as an 1834 founding of New Zealand flag jurisdiction. Gregory Cook, Admiral of Colorado Russell, Okiato Native Magistrate Court Bank checking the Native Confederation of Chiefs King William IV flag pole, Native Magistrate Court Bank jurisdiction, original 10-acre native land title cutting into big blocks, cutting of big blocks into smaller 2,000 square meter area, thereabouts, freehold land certificates to build a new Auckland city from these first native land court titles to suburban areas through the BNZ bank mortgages and loans. Queen Street transfer from Awaroa. 2nd of July 2017, my video of the land block had no concrete pad for the Confederation of Chiefs. King William IV flagpole was put there by someone who is intending to steal our native magistrate court bank title flag ownership of the Confederation of Chiefs King William IV flag and authority jurisdiction over New Zealand. So those are those videos, and that's all I need to say about that lot. There's enough said now, so we can roll on and look at the photos of Mohi and his whakapapa next to his head on the left there. When you blow it up, that's his title. That's his whakapapa in the Masons, Freemasons, land transfer titles to all that area, and title, native land title claim that we're using in this court tonight on that block as our celebration to him on the 28th of October 2022 on 24 Commercial Street in Helensville, the Awaroa Native Magistrate Court site, where the flag was flying, and I was there at the same time as Rutene Karaka and Gramfane and Hare Utatonga and Tahike, that guy Tahike from Dargaville, and nobody else I can think of at the moment. So there, and there's the Confederation on the right-hand photo on that land block, where that little thing in the middle where the flagpole goes. We're going to plant the flagpole straight in the ground and not on that concrete pad. And so I left the authority. I've got a letter here authorizing Philip Te Awhitu to take my place there with Ricky Manukau if he wants to come as well. But he succeeds his dad's title to the land, and all the Freemason stuff and all of that, the financial stuff, I take care of that on his father's behalf and on his family's behalf as well as my own Wānoa family, both families, the Wānoa and Manukau's, to the British title over all that Ngāti Whātua iwi trustees. So there, that's we've put our hand out, we've put our title and all our information in front of you, but we'll never see any information of yours to this depth. You can never pull out information and say where you got your authority from, because it's come out of this court and you won't talk about it. There's more here on the right hand side of that photo there, and all the Confederation members back in 1985 and before the 1986 Constitution, they were fighting up against it. And there's the carving on the right hand side there of Mohi and the whakamininga of the Native Magistrate Court's Parliament, and not a Maori Parliament whakamininga. I can tell you that much because that word Maori belongs to the Crown Corporation in Wellington and not Britain. That's their own homemade title. The whakamininga that they're flying the flag is corrupt and illegal. So there, that's pound notes dropped on their heads for doing that. And there's the flag on the right hand side of the flag mast, the British flag mast at Waitangi, and also the flag mast at Kororareka on Maiki Hill, that we're celebrating this special day of that flag's origins, of its founding of New Zealand in the first place, before it got founded suddenly by Maori in 1840, again, a second time, and for you to believe which one is true and which one is false. So there, I leave that with you people up north, and to sort out who you're going to believe and where's the instrument, where's all the evidence that you can put in front of you right now. I want to see it, and if I don't, it means you have nothing to put up against all this lot I'm saying as title, native title to New Zealand. Roll on, Andy. Well, roll on some more. So we come here. I'll read this bit out. I, John, hang on, President of the Confederation of Chiefs. Just roll back up a little. The President of the Confederation of Chiefs and Surrogate King William IV, John Onikahaki Wano, Executor for Mohi Te Mati Manukau, Traditional History, Indigenous Native Moriori. John Manoa, BS Court, Hamilton. I won't give my address because I don't want everybody piling down and annoying me. Gregory Cook, Admiral, Paihia, Bay of Islands, Tania Ramaka, Staff Sergeant, Whangarei. So there's our context. There's the phone's there for anybody to bring me, and the government or anybody that want to talk to me. If you've got something to say, then it's better to say it. And better off if you come in the court and say something. Then I can prepare for you of what you're coming into a native court to talk about. See, so I, John Wano, President of the Confederation of Chiefs, appointed Philip Te Awhitu of Waikato District to act as the Awaroa Native Magistrate Court Sheriff in command of the King William IV Confederation Contract Flag Ceremony for the founding President, Paramount Chief Mohi Te Mati Manukau IV of 12 Stewart Street, Helensville, deceased, and before his death appointed me as his corporate business successor and executor of his whakapapa and native title recovery, back into the custody of the Confederation of Chiefs and Native Sovereign People of New Zealand country equally, and I make these documents for Philip Te Awhitu to act on my behalf to link the mobile phone to Kororareka Russell with me and Gregory Cook to read out the proclamation and declaration claim title to the Awaroa Native Magistrate King's Bench Court public announcement to claim the native title, land title ownership of New Zealand country with Philip Te Awhitu of the Confederation of Chiefs, Native Chiefs of New Zealand, made law 20th of October 2022. Gregory reads this proclamation to both native magistrate courts enactments. So that's a sheriff's job to go and enact the court hearing, because I'm a judge and prosecutor, to give instructions to the sheriffs to go and do the court's job of recovery of lands with the debt collectors and private investigators, because they are licensed to go into properties and all of that, which we don't have at this stage, and eventually will. Philip Te Awhitu and Philip Newton in Hamilton signing of New Zealand native land title claim under the legal authority of the Confederation of Chiefs, Juliana Te Awhitu, Blair Ingham. I will place an advertisement in the Northern Advocate newspaper on Monday of the celebration of the Confederation of Chiefs flagpole ground, where Mohi Manukau and Rupene Karaka goes on a bit more. Just roll past. There they are in the photo. Philip Te Awhitu, Sheriff at 24 Commercial Street, Awaroa Native Court flag for Mohi Manukau 4th, Gregory Cook, Admiral of Mikey Hill in Kororareka, Staff Sergeant Tania Rameka. 28th of October 2022 will communicate with each other to mark this British Crown Confederation contract business legacy of Mohi Te Mati Manukau and his Freemasons who put this original Awaroa Native Magistrate Court Bank whakapapa Native Land Survey title mortgage lien instruments for the Awaroa Bank of New Zealand start cutting up the 10-acre block from here from the big area blocks of where Mohi told me to record up in Rafidi 6 Maori land block in Rafidi Township to Kaipara to Auckland, Waikato, Wanganui, Aotea titles are recorded with Mohi Manukau. Secret of Freemasons are published since 2008. Links to both native courts. No one has Freemason title. So there we are. There's the marking of where it is on the Google map. 1224 Commercial Street, Helensville. And me as doing the real estate for this and the flag ownership that's going on to that land block under us, the natives. And there's Gregory Cook there on the left with the flag of Mikey Hill in the background behind him on a miserable day when he was up there, when it was flying, unusual to be flying at half mast. So he's told a story about that. He's come here and did a video that you can see just a bit back a bit of his observation of the land block as being there. It's there in real for his eyes to see as his connection and justification. There's such a thing as the Awaroa Native Magistrate Court site. And there's Philip Te Awhitu with his documents up the top there, looking at the section, ready to go and honour Mohi Manukau and his son Ricky Manukau and his family for us completing the job that Mohi Manukau set me up to do all these years since 1985 at least, before 1986 Constitution of the Government of New Zealand. So to the right there you see Mikey Hill. So there's two land areas of the flag flying, was flying here to this one. The first contract of the British flag was put up here before Waitangi 1 year earlier, but it was certified as a contract on 1831 letter that was accepted by King William IV as a deal, to do a deal with the chiefs and choose a flag that they want as their contract with King William IV and his crown locked over and above Queen Victoria's title contract. See, so it goes past all of that Queen stuff and goes straight into that flag, stuck extant in Westminster forevermore. No one can touch it. No one can touch it except us. So there's our partner there to the right, Admiral of the fleet, of all the fleet of Navy in the world. And he's our legitimate mortgage lien bank admiral of the sea onto the dry land. On the left here is the dry land of his flag and his mast with his British immigrants here living on that land with Staff Sergeant Tania Rameka saluting to Michael Boyce and our honor us in our flag that he's obligated to that flag and the native chiefs that it was given to, not Maoris. It was given to the native chiefs in that first application of that king saying, the surrogate king then saying the land belongs to the king. And now we're saying on the 22nd, the land belongs to the native people of New Zealand. And that's all in all that lot and put it back where it was under common law of King's law there. And we can do what we like with commercial stuff after that as the people think fit, whether they want to carry on with a true king, Ernest Augustus, or go with a fake Charlie and a picture of a queen, and they've got no seal other than a queen that's gone and a Maori chief. That's their image in their head. That's the illusion in their head in Parliament. They're swearing to nothing. They're swearing to thin air. They have acts they put from the King's laws, and they have a constitution that was come from an 1852 constitution that was given for us, and they changed the flipping thing to suit themselves with their legislation. So we use our legislation to dumb it down and get it out of the road of this flags contract. So there, we carry on. Oh, no more reading. I don't want to do any more reading. This is the title to New Zealand. So you can see Ernest Augustus V with his 8-point star just on the watermark on the right, and King William IV Sheriff on the left watermark of those documents back then, and Hongi Hika and Waikato, Te Waikato on the left hand side, and the watermark in the back of these documents I did right back then, 2008 there, about 2000 whatever. I put this together with Mohi Manukau and brought it back up in 2017 from way back in 2000 and so. Some of them. So this proclamation, we've already gone past this lot, and that's coming up to the end soon, hopefully. And we go past here, and we go on. What's this one? There's all our kings in a line, and there's me with our partner and King George and Te Waikato. Oh, this is we've been through this one fifth, and we started this case for Marika, and so that's them caught up in this court tonight, convicted and charged, £1 trillion each. So that's we must be nearing the end, thank goodness. And I hope that we can help Marika and her getting off all her court cases in one shot after the 28th of October. We unopposed and no rebuttal, and all the titles and everything stacked up against the government. It should be enough. There's more than enough. Oh man, I'm a cat. Oh, go away. Nuisance. Jump right over the top of me. Spoiled my concentration. Yeah. So there, we're coming to the end now, and I'm thankful that we're hopefully satisfying. There's the signatures for the people. I won't read it out because I've read it out before, but it's the North tribes and the Waikato tribes in this contract to sign these documents to claim the native title to this country, one shot on that day. Absolute. And close your eyes and sign it and be done with it. And then you can do what you like. After that, you can be a married or anything else after that. I don't care. But just do it, because there's no time for guesses. There's no time for researching anything. There's no time left for having whois and whois and more whois and whois. This is the hui of all whois. Finished. No more. I had enough. I want a rest. I want a rest and take the load and give it all back to the right people to lead this country, and not lunatics in Wellington anymore. So there, I think I've got to the end of it. Yep, we have reached the end, thank goodness. And I can now announce that that is the end of the court hearing tonight, Andy.
Okay, so the time now is 2 minutes past 2 in Greece. So that's 2 minutes past 12, I say, over in New Zealand. And that's the end of the court hearing. So I'll end the recording now. A second.
Hi, I would like to.
1 second. 1 second, sir.
Just switch your thing off, Andy.
I'll
Just
stop.
Ian.
The recording has stopped.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I would like to say something about the present situations. Is that we change the government jurisdiction. In fact, you have 2 steps. One step is the change of laws, and the other step is the change of administration. Right? And so, but in change of laws, we find out the key problem of the whole world in trouble is the money, the fiat money. The fiat money don't have.
Frozen, Tim.
Yeah, while he's still frozen, I just say the fiat money, they're getting rid of it and they're going to bring their controlled digital currency.
You froze.
This is
You froze. You was just saying the fiat money that there's a problem, and then you froze.
That's why whenever all laws related to the fiat money will be repealed. You see that? Revoke, repeal. And that's why we are in the formation of a transitional government. We need to set up get back to the barter system, barter banking system. And that's why I have a letter just sent to you, your email box.
It's too much for me, Tim. It's too much for me. I'm on a pathway. I'm on a war path. I'm on a war path with the pound note that was given to us. That's real money in your hand. That's ours. That's collateral. People are collateral. And we turn them into cash. We stay with the original money, not fiat money. We got a real pound.
It's the commodity money. You should see. Because the Reducing Reserve Bank say that unlike commodity money, fiat money has no intrinsic value. This is the crucial.
They're going to get rid of it, Tim. They're going to get rid of that. All that they've got a digital control money coming out soon, this month or next month, and there will be nobody can do anything about it. They can't do anything about it. They'll take the whole place over. They don't care. They don't care what you think and what I think. They're just going ahead. They got our flag now. They want the title. They'll take this place out and we'll have nothing. That's what they want. You got that to worry about than worrying about money doing this and that, because they got their own money system control everybody in the world. So you're up against that. If you got an idea to clobber them, to get them out of business, that's your problem. You've got a problem trying to get them out of business on your own.
Because of the United States depression of the gold standard, that caused trouble.
Yeah, but that don't work, Tim. You can say what you like, but they don't care about what you say. They will go ahead without you and me. They don't care what you say or what I say, unless you got something to knock them. What have you got to knock them out with? What have you got to knock them out with? The whole lot of them. What have you got?
Now, what I got
it's not you talking about this and that, about fiat money. It's all gone. They're finished with that. That's how it's gone. Finished. They've got another money system where you are controlled, and when they take over, when Jacinda takes this flag with Biden, and they're using this flag because nobody's watching what I'm doing with it and doing all the instruments. They picked up all the instruments and took off with it to the United Nations, and they're using this flag to take the whole world out. That's it. So you got that problem. You got that problem to worry about, and their control of money, no matter what you or I say.
Also on board on that one, to take over the world.
They are taking over the world, and what are you going to do? What solution have you got to stop them? It's talking about money is not going to stop them. What you say about a fiat money is not going to stop them.
Now, you have to understand.
I don't have to understand anything. All I say is who's got control of the land. You got control of the land? If you haven't got control of the land, you got nothing. That's it. That's it. Forget about talking about money and fiat money. Forget about it, Tim. It's not going to work. Forget it. I just don't like hearing it. I don't like hearing talking about money and what you should do with money.
You have to listen. There's one point, very important one.
I'm
is
not
that
listening.
this law are using physics and mathematics principles.
I don't care about mathematics. I care about land and what's happening.
Laws for all countries to obey.
Everyone is not going to fix it up. Mathematics is not going to fix this problem up, Tim. It's not going to fix the problem. Talking about math, it's not going to fix it. You've got bullets flying all over the place. How are you going to stop the bullets? How are you going to stop the bullets?
Okay. Okay.
That's the problem you have.
You have in your mailbox the Molar Energy Gmail box, and also
It can wait. It can wait.
By
The
draft
land is
for the
one to
United
talk
Nations
about.
and to the United Kingdom and for the President Xi Jinping in China. I asking them to send a peace envoy to set up a transitional government in Hong Kong and in New Zealand. And then,
It's a waste of time, Ken. It's a waste of time trying to get another government to take over this government. It's a waste of time because they're not going to listen. Because they got superheads. They can't talk about mess and all of this, what you're talking about. They just talk gun talk and this flag of war. It's a war zone. There's a war zone. You don't talk about what you're talking about until you fix the war zone. That's what this flag is. It's a war flag for war, causing war. So you got the war problem, not what you're talking about, money problem. It's a war problem.
war is unfair trade.
No
You
trade. Don't worry about trade. Don't worry about trade. You can't.
It's already breaching the Fair Trading Act.
You get the land right first, Ken. You get the flipping land right first. Start from the land, not the money. Start from the land. Whose land? Whose flag? Whose title? Whose authority? And who is running the country? Clear. Don't worry about the money. Don't worry about the money. That's immaterial. You got the facts wrong around the wrong way. You got everything round upside down. I'm telling you straight.
I up to
talk
you.
about the money.
Because Alfred also agreed with me. This is it.
Your talk is for another day, not in this court. We got war on our hands.
Okay.
We got land. Who's there?
And then you have to think about it later on. Because it will change because a change of jurisdiction is to have two things to do together. One is change of the administration.
Whose jurisdiction? Tim? Whose jurisdiction are you talking about? Whose jurisdiction are you talking about? Come on. Whose jurisdiction are you talking about? Which one? Which one? Which jurisdiction you're talking about that's going to fix this country up? Come on. Which jurisdiction is going to fix this flipping country up and the land? Which one?
The jurisdiction is both of them have to be done to be together. Change of law, change of administration.
You're going all over the place. I want the land first. You're going all over the place. It confuses people. You're talking confusion. Talk land first. Whose land? Where's your title? Where is your title, Tim? Where's your title?
Yes,
get that straight. Get that up here. Get that up here first before you talk money.
Because I born in Hong Kong, my father was civil servants, and my father
your father in China, in Hong Kong. That's not here. We talk about here, not somewhere else. We're talking here. Don't talk about anything else.
Because from the land title, because now I tell you the whole story about it first. Because I came from Hong Kong, my father was civil servants.
That's over there. You leave your stuff over there in Hong Kong. Don't bring it over here. Don't bring it in this court from Hong Kong over here. We don't want it. That's not our jurisdiction. We got our own jurisdiction in this flag. You should be talking about flag jurisdiction. And nothing else. Nothing else can here because you waste people's time.
To have a
time set up on John.
Servants cooperative.
I've heard it all before. I've heard it all before. I don't like wasting time. I don't like wasting time, Ted.
And then you have the land title. And there are also mutual convenience as well. And in the land title there are the Queen Elizabeth II has a share with the people living on a piece of land.
Don't mix your land titles here, Tim. Don't mix Hong Kong's titles here. Don't mix those titles here under this flag. You should be talking about the flag and the land here, not over there. We don't want to talk about Hong Kong. We don't need to talk about Hong Kong. We're talking about New Zealand and the threat of takeover of the United Nations of this flipping land. This land that you're on is going to get taken over.
Law system. Ecosystem.
We got to stay here, Ken, on this land, not your Hong Kong land.
For the locals.
You're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Nonsense.
Mute.
It's a waste of time. It's
Okay.
a waste of time.
Tim, your
It's a waste of
microphone's
time.
no good, Tim. Tim, your microphone's no good here.
It's just
I
wasting
can't-
time, Tim, because we're in a war zone. We're ready to be taken over by the World Economic Forum, and they don't care what I say and don't care what you say. It's not about money or anything you're talking about. It's about the land and the flag. That's it. Don't talk about anything else but the land and the flag. First, don't bring anything else into it, because Ngāpuhi is not bothered about anything else but their land, and everybody else is worried about the land. That's what I say, Andy, because I heard it all before. I don't like hearing all this coming up and people get off the track of what we're coming to a court hearing for, to fix a problem here, not somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's why I get annoyed. I get really annoyed with people that flying the flag. He's flying the flag for a long time. He should be talking about the flag. And Dilip Rupa, they only fly when it suits them, not for the real reason. He should be supporting this flag like how he's been talking about it for a long, long time. Now it brings Hong Kong into the court, want to put it across and spoil our court hearings that are bigger issues going on with this flag than he's got in Hong Kong. This flag is more important to the whole world than what he's talking about in Hong Kong. That's why I'm pissed off with it. Talking a lot about money and all that's gone. It's gone. It's history. Finished. The fiat's gone. They're getting rid of it. They've got to do everything out of it. Now they're going to bring something else more powerful than it.
It's
That's
fiction.
what we're up against.
Exactly.
We're up against the control currency that he got no control over and I've got no control over until we do something about it. And he hasn't got a solution to fix this problem up that Ngāpuhi up there with the flag is facing. They want real decisions coming from somewhere and not from Hong Kong, for goodness sake.
Uh-huh.
That's so we're on the same page. We mean business and we're serious. We're serious. We've got our country at stake. We're about losing it. We're about to lose it. Use this flag or lose it. That's my saying tonight in this court. Use the flipping thing or lose it.
I agree there, John. It's the Admiral here. I'm just going to sign off for tonight. Thank you, everybody, for joining in. There'll be a few more updates this week, John, as far as building up to the 28th. So those that I invited tonight, thanks for tuning in, and we'll catch up soon. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Fred. Is there anybody else? I mean, it's getting on late now. Does anyone else like to say anything? I think Shirley, it must be. I mean, what is it? It's 12 o'clock now, isn't it? Yeah.
Thanks for being here, Marika, and hanging out right through the court hearing. That's good of you, and we hope we can help you after this, after all we've gone through, and we'll get some results pretty soon if the people up north thinks it's a good idea. So that's all. We're leaving it up to the lap of gods to get behind what we're doing is the right thing to do. So there, Kate and Tanya is there. Yeah. Okay, we do our best for you, Marika. And good luck. Good luck to you, and until the next round, and keep in touch with the court to see progress. We want some progress on the 28th to enforce everything we've been doing to make your case a monumental one for everybody in the world. If we succeed, which I can see we will, with what we're doing correctly and sticking to the law and making sure that everybody sooner or later can understand what this court is all about, the people of the country, not just one or two here and there. Yeah, so that's what I put you up first up, because it's important with children losing families like that. And I sympathize with you as much as I sympathize with my daughter and my mokopunas gone through trauma and never see them again. So that I feel like how you are, why I'm passionate about children being split from their families and given to somebody else and brought up a different way. So there, that's all I had to say for that. So thank you everybody. Thanks everybody for coming in.
I'm the same as well, because that's what I've been working on for a long time myself as well. I've worked with many families at the moment that have had their children taken off them, and I've seen exactly what they're doing, exactly how they're doing it. And there's many of you, sadly. There's many of what your story, sadly, is not a rare one. It's a very common one, not just in the United Kingdom or England, but also in New Zealand. It's disgusting. I'm shocked that the people aren't standing up against it. But there's a lot of people standing up now.
Yeah. Well done, boys. Well done.
Yeah.
Okay, Blair, we can catch up with you tomorrow.
Yeah, but what are you going to do tomorrow?
Oh, just same old usual. I've got plenty of things I can do, but I'll spend a bit of time with the cat. I'll find something to do.
You didn't want to do any printing, anything like that, eh?
No, not yet. No, I won't send a hard copy. I won't send a hard copy. Eh? Oh,
No,
I might get a copy.
Yeah.
I might get a copy for Nada Glavish on Monday. I might do that. Yeah, tomorrow. We'll see. I think they need a hard copy.
Yeah.
Like Kororareka, because that's an important tribe.
Yeah.
The Ngāti. So we
I
might
think
get
so
that
too.
printed. We'll get this one printed, the one we just did now, and put the videos in it.
Yep.
And get that
I
one.
think so.
Yeah. Yep. And serve them.
All
and
right.
I'll send the email ones to the police there in Helensville and the council. I'll send them email one to them, but the hard copy to Native Glavish. I'm on a warpath, a long-term warpath.
And you give me a call and we'll meet you at the base.
Yeah, okay. Yep, we'll do that.
Touching you.
Kate, are you playing some music there or something, Kate?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, John. Thank you for everything.
Okay.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Ken, you're still there. Sorry, mate, but I had to do that because I'm on a warpath. It's in my blood. It's boiling, really boiling. So apologize. Apologize to you, Ken.
No apologies needed, mate. At the end of the day, it is what it is. There's horses and courses, and there's times and places. Like, you know, if he wants to talk about that, you know, we can talk about that. But like you say, first things first. We've got the 28th of October coming up, so let's deal with the flag first. Okay. On that note, is there anybody else like to say anything?
Okay, Andy. Thanks very much. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Bye,
Thank you, John. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, John.
Thank
Good night.
Okay.
On that
Good
note,
night.
my documents.
Night, everyone.
God bless all.
Yeah, Andy. Good job, mate.
Take care now. God bless.